Okay, great. So I was saying welcome everyone and good morning. And I was just going to reaffirm the fact that the Timer with the CEO is an initiative of the Young Professionals Network Energy Institute Nigeria, and it is geared towards ensuring that there's a handshake between the young professionals in the energy industry and the older professionals, that's the leaders in the industry. And I was also mentioning that in 2019 or 2020, the Energy Institute, in partnership with the Young Professionals Network globally, launched the Generation 2050 initiative project. And that project also was, tied along the same line of ensuring that the voices of young professionals are heard globally. And for us in Nigeria, Africa, we thought that yes, one of the things that we can do also to ensure um, that young professionals are guided and their voices are heard, and they get the adequate support that is necessary, is to have an initiative like the Timer with the CEO, where we get to hear from those that have been, trying to improve and to ensure that the sector grows, and to hear their story, right? And to know what they did, how they did it, I think in the Nigerian way of saying it, how they made it, right? So that's really why we're here today. And I'm glad that this is featuring at the NIES this year. And we actually planned to hear from about 3 CEOs. And today we are going to hear from the first CEO we have on our agenda, who is Dr. Rotimi Alabi. And Dr. Rotimi Alabi is the founder of RAB Microfluidics. And at this point, I would just hand over to him um, to tell us a bit more about himself and about his company and what the journey has been like so far for him and how he got to this point, right? I'm already seeing a lot of things that I'm sure after now I'm going to reach out to him to say, please, help my life, because I think I need help at this point, So I'm serious because I'm seeing STEM, I'm seeing that there are good collaborations. I'm seeing that, some fundraising have been done. So this is a great opportunity. I would tell everyone out there, those joining us, physically at the NIES, young professionals there, please feel free to start writing down questions, even without hearing, what he has to say. Write down your questions and send it in immediately. Hopefully, he will be able to answer all the questions. Right, Dr. Rotimi, you'll be able to answer all the questions.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Okay, so over to you, please. Yeah, so you have the floor, and let us know what the journey has been so far. How has it been for you, basically till this point? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kelvin. And thank you, Iziabo, for inviting me to the event and to speak at this event. I find it deeply humbling. And I'm hoping that there are some people in the audience that will be able to take some learnings from the experience I have to share. So I have been saddled with the responsibility of speaking about occupational standards and qualifications. But I will do that in two parts. I will speak about RAB Microfluidics, which is the company I founded and I am the managing director of. And then I will then move into trying to answer the questions with the history or my entrepreneurial story. And I'm hoping that the people in the audience will be able to get some valuable insights from the journey I have gone through for my academic career and my entrepreneurship career. So I will share my screen right now so I can make that presentation if you're able to see my screen. Can you please confirm that you're able to see my screen?
Yes, so I can see from here. Just to confirm that the guys physically can see. Ocelia, are you there? Can you guys see the screen?
I can see the screen.
Okay, thank you.
Brilliant. Right, so like I mentioned, my name is Dr. Rotimi Alabi, founder and managing director of RAB Microfluidics. RAB Microfluidics is a technology company that diagnoses early signs of failure in lubricated heavy machinery and prevents such machines from failing using our patented microfluidic technology. If you think about heavy machinery, so things like a diesel generator or diesel engine or gas turbine, you can find them in shipping vessels, you can find them on wind turbines, you can find them in huge generating plants. These are heavy machinery that are typically lubricated. And once in their lifetime or at some point in their lifetime, they will develop a mechanical failure. Many companies who own and operate these machineries want to identify when that failure will be. So currently what they do is they take a sample of oil and they send it off to a commercial laboratory for analysis. And that laboratory tells them the composition of the lubricating oil, and then they use that information to actually take maintenance actions on their machinery. We have discovered that that process is inefficient, and I have created a career in trying to solve that problem. The market for this kind of problem is a 5.2 billion pound market that is growing at a rate of 8.7%. So what have we done in RAB Microfluidics? We have developed a lab-on-a-chip technology that is capable of making that laboratory process, compacting the laboratory process on a microfluidic chip and delivering it on-site for real-time oil analysis. So essentially, we have developed a technology that automates the oil condition monitoring process. That way, a reliability engineer no longer has to take a sample and send it off to a laboratory. We just give them our equipment and they're able to make those measurements on site in real time and get the value from that process. We're developing two product versions of the technology. There's a portable version that can be deployed on site and used to sample multiple machineries. And there's a fully automated machine integrated version that you retrofit to the machinery and then you don't have to bother about taking samples anymore. You just have to, the device automatically samples the lubricating oil and sends the data to whoever needs to view that data. So the company is 6 years old. I founded it in 2016. And we have grown that company to 10 core staff. So we have an employee number of 10, and we have 3 non-executive directors. So it is a very skilled and experienced team that we have assembled that is enabling us to achieve what we are trying to achieve, with ensuring that owners and operators of heavy machinery can identify when their machines will fail and prevent failure that costs hundreds of thousands of pounds to fix. Since founding the company, we basically took the technology, which was a research idea from my PhD, and turned that into a commercial product. We now have customers that we're generating revenues from. So far, we have been able to generate around over 3 million pounds in funding for the company over the past 6 years. And we have patented the technology that we have. So that is a brief history or a snapshot of RAB Microfluidics, the company. Now, the task that I have been given today is to really distill what occupational standards and qualifications really mean with 3 key questions. One is, what good practices are needed to develop occupational standards in the energy sector? The second is, what tools and techniques are required to evaluate the qualification needed from an individual in the energy sector? And the final one is, what training certifications are required to succeed in the energy sector? But part of my background, so my background currently, I do not have a corporate experience in working with an oil major or a service company. So after my PhD, I founded RAB Microfluidics. So my experience in the energy sector is as an entrepreneur developing solutions for the energy sector and selling into the energy sector. So that is the angle I'm actually going to approach answering or attempting to answer all of these questions. And I hope that you guys can get some insights on the responses I gave. So the way I want to answer the questions and deal with the theme really is looking at where do you want to go and how do you want to get there? And that is how I distill those three questions. Where do you want to go? What do you really want to achieve? And how do you get there? And I tell you, I use my entrepreneurship journey to actually detail how I have made that transition in my own personal life and in my own career. So when I started RAB Microfluidics, I started RAB Microfluidics really with my back against the wall. I had just finished my PhD in the University of Aberdeen in Scotland. And I felt like I had reached the pinnacle of academic achievement. So I should be hotcake for anybody who wants to employ me because I had that academic experience and I could add value to any company I joined. So that was my thought at the time. And I started applying for jobs. And while I was applying for jobs, I was getting interviews, but at the end of the day, nothing materialized into a job. So this had gone on for a bit of time. So I finished my PhD in 2015, and in 2016, I was still applying for jobs. So one of the recruiters that was looking at my CV, I had a heart-to-heart with him. I said, right, let's forget about all of this, all of the political correctness that you guys have to do when giving a candidate feedback. Tell me what my chances are in really getting a job. And he said, there are many people with the same level of qualification you have. So my initial idea that I was at the apex of academic achievement, someone was basically telling me, right, there are many people that have the same level of qualification you have, and they don't require sponsorship. So I was in the UK, I required a company to be able to sponsor my visa to work for them. And those people don't require sponsorship. So that is why you're not getting this opportunity, because the employer is not really interested in sponsoring a visa for you. When I heard that heart-to-heart, once I received that information, I decided that day that was the last time I was going to apply for a job. I said I was going to do something different, because what I was really doing was not giving myself the best opportunity to succeed. So I wasn't, in my head, I wasn't special anymore. There are many people that had the same qualification I have, and they don't require the sponsorship I require to actually work in the UK. So I said I was not going to apply for a job anymore. I said I was going to focus on something else. And luckily for me, in May of 2016, I started having the idea of starting RAB Microfluidics as a company. So I incorporated the company in August 2016. And then after that information, I was like, this was my sole focus. Mind you, my visa was going to expire in November 2016. So I founded a company that I didn't know how to take forward because my visa was going to run out. So I just believed that the solution we had could actually solve problems. And my PhD was on microfluidic technology. My PhD was around basically turning established chemical concepts into a small analytical platform where you could make analysis. So I saw that there was value in the technology I had been working on for 4 years during my PhD. So I said, okay, this is what we are going to take forward. But I didn't know where to start from. I had the enthusiasm for entrepreneurship, but I didn't know where to start from. I had never been an entrepreneur before. All my life had been in academia. So I was starting something that was very uncomfortable, that was not within my comfort zone. But I needed to start it because I felt that we had a technology that could change the world, literally. So I embarked on that journey, and my visa was going to run out. So we started to do some creative things to actually get going. And if you think about the questions that that I have been asked, some of the things you have to do in your career is just basically step out of your comfort zone. Because if you maintain your comfort position, you will not be able to achieve the impossible. Because what we were trying to do is achieve the impossible. I am in the UK right now as a permanent resident, and I have not broken any immigration laws. That is testament to the power or the will to actually say, oh, I'm going to step out of my comfort zone and I'm going to try something different. So moving on from that, in starting Rab Microfluidics, I had to make some tough decisions. And some of the tough decisions I needed to look at was, was there really a problem I needed to solve? And I went digging for that information. Was there a problem that needed solving? Initially, we had a technology that we had been researching for fun at the University of Aberdeen for 4 years. But does this technology really solve a problem? Then we discovered that there was a problem to be solved, and we had the solution. So those two things matched for me. So I said, okay, there is a solution to this large problem of engines failing. And the solution is this technology that we have developed over 4 years. And then I knew that my circumstance will change. So when you finish your PhD and you don't have a job, you're doing menial jobs, you really don't have enough money. So you really are starting from ground zero. And entrepreneurship, you might watch movies that say entrepreneurship is glamorous because you hear success stories. And while some of those success stories are true, the reality of things is that people start from a position of discomfort. When I was starting, I had no money. I was telling my landlady at the time in 2016 that I had to leave her house because I didn't have money to pay rent anymore. She said she was going to reduce the rent, and I said that was not going to help me because I literally did not have money to pay her. So you have to be comfortable with some of those kind of decisions. And then another thing I thought about was, right, I want to change my situation. Some entrepreneurs can be very successful. So that also appealed to me. So some of those reasons were why I actually set out to start Rab Microfluidics, to see that we can drive change and then be successful in doing it while solving a problem with the technology that we had. So those things I considered, aside the reasons why I wanted to become an entrepreneur, were the personal circumstance I had, the challenges that I knew I was going to face, because I knew I was going to face challenges. I knew I wasn't starting from a position of strength. I was in a country where my existence in the country depended on what I did and not anybody else. So I didn't have a father's house that I go and stay in. I don't have to pay rent. I had to walk my way if I wanted to live in the company. And people that live in the UK, when you come to the UK, you start incurring bills. You just really start incurring bills. So every minute in the UK, you have to pay a bill at some point. And finding the means to pay those bills, you have to make tough choices. And then I knew that there was going to be opportunities. If we did it right, if I did it right, if we're successful, things will change. So I needed to place all of those things into context to be able to make my decision on whether or not I actually go back to Nigeria or basically try and see what I can do with entrepreneurship and with forming Rab Microfluidics as a business. So by the time I decided to take this decision to start the company, I was well aware that there was going to be uncertainty, but I knew I had a vision. I knew that we had a technology that I innately felt could change the way oil analysis is carried out. So that was that first belief I had. And the slides that you're seeing now are basically some some quotes by different people on the different aspects I'm going to speak about. I'm not going to read the quotes, and I'll just allow you to read them for yourself, but I'll just talk through the story. The next thing is you needed to have ambition. When you're speaking about ambition, really, it's not just saying, I want to achieve this, but knowing that regardless of whatever stands in your way, you will achieve it. And that is the level of tying your vision to how badly you actually want to achieve something and how great that what you want to achieve is. And then you also have to have persistence, because the early days were not very comfortable at all. When I started, in fact, the first 8 months in Rab Microfluidics, I went into a debt of almost 7,000 pounds. So I was owing debt of 7,000 pounds. I had credit cards that I had maxed out, just basically chasing the dream that you really did not know where the outcome will be. All you just needed to do was believe that the outcome will be right. So you had to be persistent in that. There were issues of solving the immigration issue where I had to, I knew that my visa was going to run out. I had to find a way of staying in the country and then pursue the dream that I actually have. The practical things we did towards that. Some of the things are in fact, I'll tell you the story of how I got the right visa to stay in the country. So in the UK, they have several visa categories. And one of the categories was a further leave to remain category. And anybody that applies for a visa in that category is 99.9% guaranteed not to get the visa. That is because they look at that category as, right, you don't meet any of the other reasonable categories, and someone just has to make a call on your application. Usually, that application level is almost at the bottom of what the Home Office looks at, to the point that they don't look at the applications until someone has time. So I applied into that category knowing full well I was not going to get it. And I just needed to buy time. So the knowledge of the fact that, right, they would take a long time to review this application was just what I was banking on. And then we're applying for grants. So luckily for me, we secured in March 2017, we secured a grant of £100,000. And that grant was going to pay my salary starting in May. So I had gone almost full circle. I had gone almost 10 months without being paid, without actually having to pay my rent, where my landlady accommodated me, knowing fully well that I was just amassing further debt. So that shows the level of persistence I had at the time to say, right, I am going to try and make this work and see what else I could do to actually make it work. Then you have to be motivated. In terms of motivation, it is the belief that you have in your vision, that you have an ambition, you're persistent enough, you want to be able to get out of bed every morning to chase your dream, knowing fully well that it is very difficult to achieve. It is not very easy to actually make a dent in the world. So you have to find your motivation internally and externally. However that motivation comes, you have to be able to look for it in a way. And another thing another ingredient I had to have was the desire to actually make it work, the desire to achieve what I needed to achieve, and finally, passion. With passion, when you start speaking to people, they need to be able to see that you believe in what you're talking about, whether it is you working for a large corporate, whether it's you working for a startup company, whether it's you working for a small SME. They have to see that you actually are enthusiastic about what it is you're doing, because it is infectious. It also drives people when you're actually passionate about what it is you're doing. So with all of those ingredients, you still needed to put in the work. There's someone speaking at the background. I don't know whether it's the question for me.
No, I don't think so. Maybe
Okay.
it's just interference, yes.
Okay, that's fine. So in terms of putting in the work, for me, entrepreneurship is not a job. It is how I live. I almost live and breathe what I do. I tell people sometimes I work almost 14 to 16 hours a day. And the only time I actually rest sometimes is only on Saturdays. And people think that I am actually crazy about in living my life that way. It is because I deeply believe in what I'm doing and I enjoy what I'm doing. It is not the easiest of rides, but I do enjoy what I'm doing. So in terms of putting in the work, we have to be practical. To set up a business, there are several aspects you need to understand. You need to be able to pull together. First of all, you have to find whether there's a problem that you can solve. If you're able to solve a problem, you have a customer. So the very first thing I was looking for in the early days was who owns the problem, identifying who owns the problem for me to be able to solve their problem. And once I found who owned the problem, then it's all about understanding what the person's needs and pains were. So in my journey as an entrepreneur, I spoke to almost 300 different companies and different individuals from mid-level managers to C-suite executives trying to understand the problem so that we knew that once we tried to solve that problem, we were not going to fail because we intimately knew what the customer's problem was. Then I needed to set up a team. Remember, I started this with no money to the point that I was in debt. And for you to get people to work with you is either you motivate them with money. So people need to pay their bills. So you have to pay them. In the early days of Rab Microfluidics, we did not have money to pay anybody. But for some reason, I was able to convince two individuals to join me in 2017. So that's a year and a half after I had formed the company. So two individuals joined me. And at the time, we were not paying one of them. The other one we were paying less than minimum wage, to the point where our lawyers called me up and said, Alabi, you have to actually pay these guys because what you're doing is illegal. It is modern day slavery. So I was like, but I've given these guys shares in the company, so I don't need to pay them right now. But they said, no, I have to pay them. So I had to go and look for money to actually pay the two guys that I recruited in the very early days. It's for you to be able to convince someone who needs to pay their bills to work for you or work with you without pay is a significant step. And you have to be very infectious in the way you communicate your dreams and your aspirations. So you have to form a team because you cannot do it alone. You need people around you. And then you also have to do market research. I'm hoping that people can see parallels from entrepreneurship to a corporate career here, really on how you climb the ladder within the corporate sense, because you can extrapolate and draw parallels between my entrepreneurship journey and the corporate career. So I had to do the market research. I had to understand how big the market was. I had to understand where the customers were. I had to understand whether it was a lucrative task for me to be doing. And in doing all of these things, I had to expose myself to actually getting information from the right places. And I'll speak about information later on. You also had to understand the competition. Who else was doing what you're doing, or who else is trying to do what you're doing, and what is your solution looking like? Is your solution inherently different from theirs? Can you distinctly differentiate yourself from the competition? Because when you speak to the customers will tell you what makes you special. Why are you different? Why should I buy into what you're offering? So you need to understand that. And then we now focused on the product. So in the first two years or 2.5 years of Rab Microfluidics, we were understanding the market. We're understanding the customers. We're trying to build a team. We had not focused on building the product at all. So the product was as a consequence of understanding the environment that we were going to operate in. And then we started trying to build a product that we felt that the customer, that will solve the customer's product problems. Because remember, this was research from the University of Aberdeen. We needed to turn that core technology into a commercial product that we can sell. And you needed to understand the raft of things before you could actually embark on that product development journey. And then finally, we started looking for funding. So all of those things actually contributed to making RAB Microfluidics what we are today, where we have a team of 10 people that we pay. The lowest person in RAB Microfluidics earns around £25,000. We have raised over £3 million in funding, and that is because we're able to convince people that, right, what the problem we're trying to solve is a problem worth solving. To actually achieve all of these things, we needed to actually get some trainings along the way. You needed to actually expose yourself to learning and absorbing knowledge from where you got knowledge from. And in practical terms, where I got knowledge from from reading books. So there are people that have done this before, and then they tend to write their experiences in books and then sell those books. Some of the books that I have found useful, the Startup Owner's Manual, The Lean Startup by Grace, and Disciplined Entrepreneurship by Bilal. So you now embark on a journey to actually acquire knowledge. And I tell people I am a lifelong learner because I need to know what I don't know and be clear about it. So on that journey, you have to acquire knowledge. You have to expose yourself to different types of trainings. And the good thing about the UK, which maybe might not be in Nigeria, is that you have resources that you can actually tap into to get trained on certain things without really having the funding to do that. And then some of them comes with funding. So all of those things, you actually just have to actively invest in yourself so that you can achieve what you want to achieve at the highest level. And the other thing is that you have to get the right information. We will not be here. I will not be speaking with you today if we did not look for the right information and then take advantage of the right information. In the early days, there were different organizations that gave grants that if you don't do your deep digging, speak to people, you wouldn't even know those organizations existed. And some of the organizations that have supported RAB Microfluidics are the organizations you actually see on the slide here. We have been able to tap into the resources they offer and get some of the support that we require. Finding all of this, you have to really speak to people and do the right digging to get the right information to set you on your path. And finally, I had to trust my decision. So in the very early days, I knew I was taking a journey that I did not know what the end result will be. But I needed to trust the decision I made at that early days. In life, if you look at life, almost people make decisions for other people. Your parents say you have to go to school, not because you want to go to school, but because your parents say is the best way for you. You get to a point in life where you actually now have to make decisions based on an unknown outcome. And I like this quote from Steve Jobs. It says, you cannot connect the dots looking forward because you really don't know what the future holds, but you can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future. You have to trust something. You have to trust your gut. You have to trust destiny. You have to trust life, trust karma, whatever, but trust something. In my own situation, I trusted the decision I was making in the very early stages of RAB Microfluidics. And I said, this is the path to go through, and this is the path I will stick on. And I'm glad that we are now getting to the point where we can deliver value to our customers. Thank you so much for listening. And I hope I was able to convey my journey and answer some of the questions that have been posed to me using my own story. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Rotimi. I think this is an amazing journey. It's an amazing story. And I really like the last part of, the presentation, which was the fact that you have to trust, trust something, trust, I don't know, but you have to really, be firm and grip on and hold on to something, because I know that from my experience also working with a lot of young professionals and a number of entrepreneurs, I know that one of the problem, the challenge that they face is, indecision, right? And it gets to a point where there's this confusion. For example, someone was telling me yesterday that as at a day before yesterday, he was clear on where he was going to, in his business. And then by the time he slept and woke up, he was confused. Like he wasn't sure again. Like it was as if everything was scattered, So I was like, yeah. Well done. Welcome to the club. That's it. So, so yes, this is something realistic, right? And just like as you quoted Steve Jobs, and sometimes we really need to, be firm and be, and really hold on to the fact that okay, we want to trust, and I like that. I like the fact that you trusted that early decision that you made, right? And something that also, got me cracking earlier on was the fact that, as you said, that once you're in you're incurring bills, so once you just come in, just start incurring bills. So, so I just start imagining the sort of financial difficulty, you would have been facing, right? And, the sort of pressure that, it will also bring to you. And now I was able to write down a couple of questions. So please, I hope the audience won't mind. Let me ask one question first from my side, but meanwhile, you can already drop in your questions. You can drop your questions in the chat box. If you can't, maybe Osele over there can coordinate the questions, and then we'll pass it on to Dr. Rotimi. But I would like to ask you, Dr. Rotimi, how did you think of the solution the way you thought about it?
So when I started my research, my PhD research, I didn't know what microfluidics was. It was an alien concept to me. I just sent my interest to a number of supervisors across a number of universities in the UK. And then my eventual PhD supervisor said, right, I am working on something that I think I need a PhD student for. I see your profile, you might be good for it. Is this something that interests you? And I looked at it and I said, what does this even look like? It looked like gibberish, because when you're speaking about microfluidics in 2011, it's an alien concept. Right now, it's becoming more ubiquitous, but it was an alien concept back then. So we were doing this based on his interest. But when I got into it and I started working on it, it became very interesting. I started to see potential, because what we were trying to do was change the way chemistry is done. If you think about chemistry, you will think about a laboratory, you will think about beakers, you think about solvents, you think about getting a sample from wherever you get the sample from and sending it to the lab to analyze it, to separate it. But here in a small corner in Aberdeen, I was actually trying to automate that process of analysis. So from the very early days, I said, right, there's potential here. And when I finished my PhD, I was like, okay, what is the potential really? I had a mentor in Schlumberger at the time, and I invited him from Houston to Aberdeen, and because he had so much experience in the field that I was working on, I said, right, do you want to tell me what potential I have with this technology? And he says, the only potential I see here is you're doing oil analysis, and you don't even want to go into oil analysis because Schlumberger are already there, and Schlumberger are developing a microfluidic technology around this, so you will not survive. Immediately he told me that. That was very valuable advice. I said, okay, crude oil is not what we're going to be analyzing. We have to look for something else to analyze. And then I went on that journey to find out, right, what can we analyze? And then stumbled on lubricating oil. Lubricating oil is petroleum fluids. Microfluidics is just small scale fluids. So we're able to manipulate petroleum fluids at a small level. And I called my PhD supervisor. I said, do you think we can analyze lubricating oil? And he says, why not? So we got the first grants to actually do a proof of concept. And we discovered that I was able to repeat what I did on crude oil during my PhD on lubricating oil. And I was like, right, that is the problem we have to solve. And then when you start to layer on top of it what really happens, you discover that many engines have lube oil. Your car has, every car almost, apart from the electric cars nowadays, have lubricating oil. And the oil, you put in light brown oil, and then after a few thousand miles or a few months, light brown oil turns black, and then you have to change it. Now think about, your car is small scale. Think about ships, think about shipping vessels, think about wind turbines, where remote locations where you have this heavy machinery that nobody gets to. Someone needs to solve that problem. So we started building and layering on top each other what the potential solution will be. And then we went out and started speaking to people about it. So it was a accumulation of a number of things.
Obviously. Obviously. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so just, I mean, if you guys don't mind, I mean, I really have a lot of questions to ask, but let me not be selfish. So please, if you have questions to ask, I can see some people are online. So if you have questions to ask, please, you can drop it in the chat box, or you can indicate and you'll be unmuted. For those physically present, just to confirm, are there questions from there? Celia, are you there?
There's a question. Someone
okay,
has
please.
A question.
Good.
All right. Thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful experience you shared with us. I'm Alfred, a student at Federal University of Technology, Akure. So I've been reading quite a little about startups, and one of the challenges that startups have is getting people, I mean the right people to work with them. And like you said, it started with 3 people or so. Like, how did you get them with you? Like, being the right persons to work with you, the right people, and managing them.
So Dr. Rotimi, just before you answer that question, that was exactly the same question I was going to ask you from my side. So people remain, one of the most valuable resources that, every entrepreneur, every startup needs, every company needs, right? So how did you manage, with identifying the right people? How did you manage with reaching out to them? How did you spoke about motivating, being able to communicate the passion, the dream to others such that they are able to, hop on the journey with you, right? So how did you make that move? Thank you.
Thank you, Alfred, for your question. My family actually stays in Akure, so I think that's an interesting place to stay, really. Going back to your question, it's not very easy to be able to convince people to move out of their comfort zone. People like to stay in their comfort zone. But when you start to embed yourself in a community that has like-minded, that share the same views, share the same ideas, then it becomes much easier for you. So one of the first hires that we had, he was also in the same entrepreneurship environment or ecosystem that I was in Aberdeen. So he knew inherently how difficult it was for startups. And he had his own startup when I met him. But his startup was not getting the same traction he wanted it to get to. And I saw potential in him. And I said, right, do you want to drop your dream and drop your idea? Come on, join my own dream and my own idea. And I sold it to him. It was one of, when sometimes I look at myself as a salesman. So I try as much as possible to be able to convince people to do things in a way that we can get mutual benefit from. So I started that journey of trying to convince him because I felt he was someone that we could actually work together with. And it took me around 6 months to convince this guy to come and work with me. When I approached him the first time, he said he was going to think about it. He was delaying in his decision making. I was persistent. I was putting in the effort, speaking to him almost very regularly to say, right, let's do this. And then one day when I thought he was going to make his decision, almost 3 months into the process, he says that an opportunity has come for him to go to New Zealand to work for a company, and he's going. I was almost very, very angry when he told me that. But I just like, right, if it's an opportunity you want to pursue, then that's fine. But I kept in touch with him. I kept putting in the work. I kept trying to convince him. And when he finished his 3 months internship, he came back to Aberdeen and he says, okay, you know what? I think it's time to join you. And he was our second employee.
Wow. Wow.
So it's just, to summarize that, it's just about persistence and trying to communicate your vision, communicate your dream with somebody and sell the person on an idea. Because you have to be able to basically tell someone where you think you are going and how you're going to get there and the role they will play in that journey.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rotimi. And I think these responses are very, I mean, they're very objective, I think, because these are things that, we should be paying attention to and not neglect. I like the fact that you mentioned that, that you're a lifelong learner and that there are some books that you've read that have been very helpful. I know that these books are very much available everywhere, like the thing of Lean Startup. I'm sure we can find these books. So it's very important to read, right? I mean, not to read is not to know. There's this popular saying, one of my lecturers used to say that somehow some people know how to hide things in books because they know that some people would not read them, so at the end of the day, you don't get to know, the things that you should know. I would like us to call it a wrap here at this point. If you have further questions, please, you can always send us an email, right, to the YPN email address for those that are attending physically. I know that Ms. Osele can make that available to you. But if you are here, it's ypnnigeria@energyinstitute.org. So please send us an email with the questions and we can always, I hope that Dr. Rotimi will not mind, answering questions after now, and we can always get them to you. I would like to say a big thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Rotimi. This was an inspiring session, and I hope and I believe that we have all learned. Me, I have learned. I'm already thinking of how to contact you after now so that I can get more ideas, and more support. So I hope others will take, similar steps. Once again, thank you very much. Thank you very much, and thank you very much.
Thank you for inviting me, and I hope the people in the audience will have gained some valuable insights into my journey. And it's a pleasure to share with you guys. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, gentlemen and ladies, at 11 o'clock, we will be having our next CEO. So we have a 5-minute break. So you can stretch your legs, you can, drink water, you can stand up, you can, smile, you can, do whatever you want, 5 minutes. And at 11, we'll be having our second CEO from Palm Africa. So Ms. Osele, please, can you confirm this?
Yes, by 11 o'clock.
Okay. So thank you very much. And please don't go anywhere. Don't touch the dial.
So the second session is about to begin with the second CEO, Dr. Patrick. He's online now, so we'll start soon. Kelvin, over to you.
Can you hear me? Hello, Sale.
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. I don't know, your internet is in 1995 or what? Okay, so if you can hear me, please confirm again that you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So good morning again, and thank you for remaining here with us after our last session that started at 10 a.m. And now for this session, we will be, and Dr. Patrick is the founder and CEO of PAM Africa. So just like I mentioned during the first session, the aim of the Time Out with the CEO initiative is to establish a handshake, between, in the Nigerian terms, those that have successfully gotten to a point that have reached a milestone, in the industry and have been able to establish something, over the years, right? So the point is to be able to create a handshake with them. Let's hear their story. Let's know their journey. Let's know what they did, how they did it, what problem they are solving. I really was glad when I saw, the problem statement of Dr. Patrick. 1 in 3 Nigerians don't have access to electricity. That's like a problem, right? And I like that a lot. So we want to hear from him. And at this point, I will just pass the mic to Dr. Patrick. So please, over to you. Tell us about yourself. Tell us about PAM Africa. Tell us how the journey has been so far. Share your experience. Sure. And yes, and then I'm sure people will have questions for you. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks very much, Kelvin, and thanks for the Energy Institute for putting this together. This is a huge opportunity for me and also for our business. First of all, my name is Patrick Agassi. I actually originate from Delta State in Nigeria. And when I was young, I think at the age of 11, I used to go with my dad to like various projects, like solar projects, to work with him. And at the time, I didn't know the huge impact that solar and renewable energy can actually make until I was part of that project at that young age and saw the opportunity that it provided a lot of electricity, but also water to that rural village at the time. And since then, it had a huge impact to me. I said, you know what's going to happen? The similar Nigerian spirit that we have of saying, listen, we're all going to figure this out. We're all going to understand this technology. We're all going to say this. For the rest of our life, let's figure out how this can actually scale up and actually go across the continent of Africa. So I began on that journey of purpose. I left Nigeria to the UK to kind of do some more research and understanding of renewable energy. And I said, one day, once I've understood all I could possibly understand on this technology, and I feel comfortable enough that it's time to come to Nigeria to work on it, I would move back to Nigeria and set up a company to really try and solve that energy access problem. So that's what birthed PAM Africa. And so the key problem that we're trying to solve is the energy access problem. We realize that 1 in 3 Nigeria, almost more than 80 million Nigerians, do not actually have access to electricity. So every day we crack our heads to find problems, find these communities, and find how we can develop solar projects, mini grids, and energy storage applications in that areas. So it's been a huge opportunity for us, and we're really excited to see the impact we would actually have on these communities. I mean, the product that did about 15, 16 years ago is still operational now. So considering the rate of change of technology, imagine if we start doing these projects now, where do we see Nigeria, where do we see Africa in the next 15 years? So we're very optimistic, and we feel that now is the time that we should go ahead and solve our energy problems in Nigeria.
Great. Thank you. So I know that I know that with solving these sort of problems in communities, you have to deal with people a lot, right? And people are like the they're like one of your primary resource, right? I mean, aside the solar panels and, you know, the tech and all those things. So people, so what's your experience like? What has been your experience, you know, dealing with people?
Yeah, so I mean, we have a whole community engagement strategy where we kind of visit these local communities, we speak to local leaders, we understand how they currently use energy, how they what their energy deficit is, and really trying to say, okay, culturally, how do they relate to power? What are some of the what is the kind of the gender ratio on who's responsible for power in the home? For example, is the male responsible, the female responsible? We're seeing a lot of female traders who kind of go to the market to sell the produce, and maybe the husband comes home with some funding or money from whatever thing that he does during the day. So we're seeing a lot of different dynamics when it comes to different communities in Nigeria. Some communities could be have a religious approach to certain ways that they work on. Some have more traditional approaches. So what we spend about a week or two in each community is trying to understand how they use energy and what would it mean for them if they're electrified, right? And it's such a huge job. It's a lot of work because, like you understand, working in any rural area in Nigeria is a challenge, right? But we've been really helpful that we're getting a lot of support from various organizations, but also the community leaders themselves in terms of bringing us in, letting us understand how energy can be of impact to them, and really focusing on those communities, those areas that we can see that by providing energy to those communities, we're seeing that they can use that energy to
recording in progress.
They can use that energy to create job opportunities. So it's really about bringing that those different dynamics together, understanding the job opportunities that have been created, the businesses that can be opened because energy has been provided to those opportunities, but also not just giving them energy to say, you know what, here's energy, do whatever you want. That no, how do we now take this energy and create a better economic situation for that community? So this is kind of community engagement work that we do, but it's ever so difficult because there's a language barrier, there's so many different barriers that you have to face. So we have to actually get people as part of the community to be part of our team and go ahead to speak to them on our behalf.
Yeah, so I was just going to ask you the sort of barriers that you have faced, because I know that there was a case study I read about of a company in the community, and they had someone from the community who was like the son of the chief, and he works in the company, right? And his attitude was very, very unbearable, and they had to let him go. And then that was it, war. So,
yeah.
so have you had any experience like that? I mean, what really, can you sort of give us like an in-depth understanding of the sort of barriers that you have faced?
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of the times, some of the key ones that we're seeing now is really technology uptake and understanding of technology, right? So we might introduce a new technology to an area, and the community have no idea how to use this and how to work. So we have to kind of work with the local leaders to get them in the room, get the people who can help train people on the technology, how to use it, how to turn it on, turn it off, how to recharge the cars and stuff like that. So these are the various things that we face. But this, I mean, even from a leadership side of things, we also kind of face kind of discussing with these community leaders. It's, for example, you might go to a community and the leader said, look, if you guys are not helping us put a road here, we're not going to think here about any of the projects that you're talking about. All we want is a road, right? So or some of them are just saying, you're having something coming from here, and let's make sure this goes to this other area, right? So there's always a challenge when it comes to getting through this community. And sometimes if you don't get the buy-in from the leaders of this community, it's really hard to engage. They'll make your life very difficult. So we have to kind of be diplomatic when we speak to them, find ways that we can both work for the betterment of the community, because that is the key goal, right? And also, you understand that some of these communities have been burnt in the past, where maybe foreign internationals or other companies come to do projects in those areas, and there's been a lot of challenge when it comes to the relationship with the communities. So we, as a Nigerian indigenous company, we always ensure that the community knows that, and they know that we're looking out for their behalf.
True. So Dr. Patrick, so Palm Africa, did you just sleep and wake up and then you saw Palm Africa, or what what was the process like? So
Okay.
what happened? Was it like a, voila, eureka moment? You just saw, so we can do this, or was it a project that started off from, during your PhD? Or, so what was the process of founding Palm Africa?
Yeah, sure. So let me be very honest, right? The domain palmafrica.com, I bought the domain without even like thinking about what it means and having any backlog thinking about it. I knew two things was right at the time. So I had the domain bought in 2013. So it was quite a while ago. And the idea was, I knew I was going to do something in Africa. I knew it was going to be on energy, but I didn't know where I was going to call it, right? So I was finding the best domains I could probably find at the time. And I just randomly came across the Palm Africa domain and I bought it and I did the whole like branding. But I parked it as a charity project for almost 5 years and never actually actioned it because I just didn't have the funding at the time to go ahead to put it together. So following my PhD, I was able to kind of save some money and say, you know what, now is a good time to probably come in and see how we can do to solve this problem. So that is the case. There was no brand awareness or sit down with brand analysts to talk about how to create this company. It was, I bought a domain a while ago and I knew I was going to use it one day. And then I realized now is a good time.
Interesting. So I think one other question that relates to this was, so when you were starting, was it just you? Or how did you get some other people to come on board? What story did you tell them? What did you tell them to make them align? To listen to you, because obviously there was no money, right, to pay these people.
Sure.
And so what did you tell them? What was the storyline? What was the storyline then? I would like to hear your storyline when Palm Africa started, and besides, what year did it start? And I would like to hear that storyline. What were you telling them then, and what would you tell them now?
Yeah, sure. So it was during the lockdown period in London. I was in my basement flat downstairs, and I had a mood board, right? So I drew the Palm Africa logo on the mood board, and I said, I'm going to solve the problem of electricity in Africa, right? I just kind of drew it there, and I said, because a lot of people have been following my life. Employment career on social media for a while. So I think I've been doing this from 11 years old, right? So I've always talked to the same electricity challenge. And they've seen that I've been very serious about this. They've seen I've kind of went to get formal education, went to work with a lot of different companies internationally on delivering renewable energy systems, but also energy grid systems. So they over the time, if you're really passionate about something, the world has its way that it would come to you to help you solve that problem, right? I believe that it's kind of a way of kind of manifesting your journey. So I was really passionate about it, and people online and social media and friends I met on the way, I talked about it for 15 years straight, right? So people realized, okay, he's really serious about this. What can we do to help him get there? So lucky for me, I had one of my family friends who was also in the energy business, but not in the renewables, but more in the oil and gas business. And I had to for my basement flat, I created a pitch document and said, look, you know how long I've been working on this problem, right? Please, I really need your help. I've done all the necessary things to do, like the way you have to prove to the Nigerian family that you've done your formal education, right? So it's like, I've done my undergrad in green energy, I've done my PhD in green energy, I've worked in green energy companies. So now is the time to go ahead to kind of get this done. So considering that they saw the work ethic I've put in for the last 15 years, they kind of decided that they will support the business. And that's what, so we started in February 2021, so last year, and we're just about a year in now and doing some great work.
Okay, just before my next question, I would like to ask if anyone in the audience have a question to ask. Osele, are there questions from the audience physically present?
Any question?
Okay, so if you have questions, please feel free to indicate, or drop a chat here. But moving forward, Dr. Patrick, I'd like to ask, now, was there like an indecisive moment for you? Was there like a time where you just said, man, all these things, I shall not just go and look for a job or something and forget about something. So was there like that sort of moment for you?
I think that happens about almost every day, right?
Are you serious?
there's times where it gets very tricky. I mean, sometimes you get a huge opportunity where it just comes in and goes, oh, great, like a lifeline, we can keep going ahead. But then halfway through, you just face before. No matter how much we plan, there's always something new in Nigeria, right? So we're always thinking, oh, every day I just think, you know what, should I just turn it back into a charity and just go through the charity route, because it seems that people are finding it difficult to kind of go ahead to fund these type of initiatives. But there's a lot of hope, right? We're very hopeful. It's a journey of purpose, right? So there's kind of saying we've been at it for the last 15 years. So like if we continue on this, there's always a lot of learning that we've done, a lot of knowledge that we have that we can leapfrog a lot of different challenges that we face. So because of that, it gives us a lot of faith that we can get this problem solved through this method. But we also sometimes it gets very difficult. I'll be very honest.
I agree with you. I was just telling the last speaker that I have a friend who told me yesterday that the day before yesterday he was clear on what he wanted to do, and when he slept and woke up, he was like, "What am I even doing?" You know, and he was confused. I mean, he had to start up fresh again from, so that whole cycle. And so, yeah, I totally understand. This has happened, and it really takes a lot of discipline, I can imagine, to stick to and remain committed to that part. So over the years, has there been any significant partnership or project that you think has, contributed immensely to the sustainability of Farm Africa?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, recently over the last, let's say, 5 years, there's been a lot of DFI activities and government support activities in the renewable energy sector in Nigeria. Right, so we're very pleased to have the likes of being part of the All-On Hub, which is a facility available for entrepreneurs to kind of support their development in this space. We have various partnerships with technology partners, Okra and Zola, who are trying to get into, who are trying to do a lot of off-grid projects in this space. We recently was we made the finalist for the EDF Post Africa Award in 2021 last year. So we had our team was actually flown out to Paris to go and represent Nigeria. And we were really kind of happy about that because, I mean, these little wins are really showing us that there's an opportunity there, as well as developing a lot of products. I think we launched one of our products, which is the Butcher Box, last year, which is a solar cooling system where you can cool down meats in these rural areas using solar energy, and seeing that impact in those communities, seeing people take up to this technology. These are the little signs that we're seeing that shows that there is an opportunity in this space. But also we have very good relationships with a lot of DFIs at the moment. So there's a lot of funding opportunities that we're excited for to come in the next couple of years that will help us meet our goal for electrifying Nigeria and Africa.
Yeah. Wow, interesting. So back to people, right? Back to people. Do you think that there has been like a significant increase or difference in regards to knowledge and skill, right? So compared with when now and when Farm Africa started. So do you think there has been any significant, difference in level in knowledge and skill, and what really stands out for you, in that regard?
Yeah. So when you think about people, we're a people first company, right? We only hire the best people in the industry. Or if you're not the best, but you show ability to be the best, we train you to be the best, right? Because that's what I believe in. I believe in quality over quantity. So what a lot of the times during the recruitment process, I'm always looking for people who are open-minded, people who have a lot of who has traveled really and seen different things and able to think critically about a problem and solution around us. Because we're having problems thrown at us from different angles and different challenges, and it's not just a one method way of solving it, especially in an industry that is still quite new and is developing. So we need people who are able to critically think through these problems. That's one of the skill sets that we kind of prefer the most. We also prefer people who have huge level of discipline and project management because they're providing, I mean, this is almost a centuries old problem. I mean, from the beginning of time. So it's not an easy problem to solve, right? You need a lot of great minds and a lot of diligent people to work on this problem. So we test people out on their discipline, we test people out on their project management to ensure that they can actually go ahead to deliver these infrastructure projects. So and also ability to raise finance. So I mean, I've done a couple of fundraising activities in the UK when I used to work for a lot of the developers, renewable energy developers in the UK, and seeing that knowledge, I've been able to transfer that to our team. And that's been obviously helped us had this kind of huge progress in the last year. So we really need those skill sets because the problem of energy in Nigeria is not a technology problem, but it's more of a funding and people problem, right? So if we're able to solve the funding side of things and trying to get through to the people, we're halfway there. And then if we're kind of incorporating the right technology that lasts well, and are performing very well, and then more people would go ahead. I'll give you an example, right? So when we first started looking into this, a lot of times we approach the regular Nigerian who is just every day going to work and is not in this sector, for example. The question is, well, can solar do this or can solar do that? Can it power my fridge? And when I tell them is that, do you know in the summer period, right, during the months of, let's say, May to about August in the UK, 50%, can you hear me? Just checking.
Yes.
50% of the energy needed in the whole of the UK is provided by a mixture of wind and solar. The whole of the UK, right? So what is your fridge and your AC systems at home that solar cannot power, right? So when you put things into perspective, you understand that there's different standards to where things should be done, right? There's different standards to where things should be incorporated. There's different standards to how projects should be scaled. There's different ways of providing electricity to people. There's different technology out there that can help us meet those demands that we have. So we're always innovating and trying to put out that knowledge and atmosphere saying, look, we want people who are open-minded, people who understand that technology is here and can really have a huge impact. And it's completely changed from like 20 years ago, when I used to do the smaller projects with my dad in the village, right? So at the time, one solar panel was about 112 watts for solar panel. Now we're getting up to about 500, 600 watts per panel. So the technology has completely changed, right? And it can have more huge impact. So being able to raise awareness and communicate with people is very important in that area.
Yeah, true. I totally agree with you that things have really moved on. Things have improved. Yeah, and so just in line, very quick question, just in line with that. Does Palm Africa, I mean, do you have like training programs? You know, because if you already identify that there's like a skills gap, knowledge gap, and people need to be prepared to fit into this industry, you, as part of your, business model or business plan, do you already also offer trainings or so do you have anything in line with that?
Yeah, so we don't offer training to the general public or to kind of external members. We have all our training internal to our team members because of most important thing, the sensitivity of the knowledge. It's quite important that we have the right people in the business who are working for the business and ensuring that the delivering good projects, and they're focused, right? And it takes a lot of time that we spend on each individual to get them up to scratch, to kind of deploy these technologies. But there's so many training opportunities out there. I know I've seen a couple of them online, and some of them provide some good value for knowledge, especially when it comes to the basic solar installation for homes and businesses. But when it comes to the grids and the mini grids and the larger ground mount solar systems, that requires a bit more specific knowledge, because there's a whole data analytics side of the things where we're going to understand best ways of balancing the grid to the local community. There's a whole project management side of things, of developing the whole project from funding down to commissioning. And then there's also an engineering side of things. Well, okay, well, if this goes wrong, how do we solve that problem, right? And we kind of learn from the past as well. So it's like, you know what, these are the basic things that's gone wrong in other projects. Let's learn from those, so that when we go ahead to kind of do a new project, we don't get those things wrong. And those are quite sensitive information. We decided to keep in-house for now. But that doesn't mean that we wouldn't release that to the public in the future. But for now, there's an electricity problem that we want to solve.
Yeah, yeah, totally agree with you. Please, if you have questions, feel free. I know that some people had sent in their questions before now, and those are the questions I've been putting across to you, Dr. Patrick. But just in case people have new questions, and maybe from the things that Dr. Patrick has been saying, you've seen things differently, and you have questions to ask him. I think this would be an opportunity to ask. So please indicate, or you drop in the chat box, but please do let me know. So moving on to my own last question, just before I ask you for your closing thoughts, if there are no other questions. My question is, so how do you contend with the whole issue of circular economy, right? So this, of course, we know this is something that has been trending, and a lot of companies, a lot of organizations have been, thinking about how to, make their product become more sustainable, and looking at the whole thing of circular economy. I know, for one, that, for example, a company like Apple has, they have like a whole structure of how they fit into the circular economy. And also, how do you contend with that, considering that, yes, renewable energy, and some people are asking, what happens to, the solar panels, for example? What happens to the batteries? Is it possible to, use materials that are reusable, that can be recycled, and just to add to that, someone had asked me once, so there was a publication that from the Energy Managers Association in the UK, and I recently published with them, and one of the questions the editor was asking me was, is it possible to quantify, right, the amount of renewable energy waste in Africa? That was a very difficult question to answer, and I successfully dodged it. So, but I'm glad that I can pass it to you now. So, so please, if you can touch on this whole, this vast topic.
Yeah, sure. I mean, circular economy is a very important sector for any business, not just renewable energy business, right? We look into it from Pan Africa, and we're actually doing some actions towards that. So, for example, right, the battery systems that we currently deploy in Nigeria, and when I say we, I'm talking about renewable energy developers, they're mainly coming from international companies. So the question is, well, what can we do to kind of localize a lot of that manufacturing value chain, right? So Pan Africa, one of our key knowledge areas is on energy storage, which is batteries. And we are getting towards the stage where we're looking at the upper chain of the value chain. So, but when it comes down to the lower chain of the value chain, it's that after you've commissioned the projects, what happens to these systems? So there's a whole e-waste regulation that we're part of. We also just recently put in our membership for the Battery Association, Battery Alliance, which is an association that helps to get these projects out of this, get these used batteries and used e-waste out of those sites, and reuse or recycle those technology. So we have processes in place to ensure that there's this, we're as close to a circular economy as possible. But we always make sure that that is a growing area for us, and we're always looking at it from a fine lens. So into the future, we're definitely going to be doing a lot more when it comes to the reuse and recycling of the systems that we put out there. And there's so many applications. I mean, there's talks of being able to use it for e-mobility activities, being able to kind of use it for other, let's say, infrastructures in the urban areas, let's say after its time, and also move towards the rural areas for a period of time after for reuse as well. So there's different programs that we have in place to ensure that we're thinking about the circular economy in mind. But we're part of those regulations, and then we're ensuring that we're meeting the standards as dictated from our alliance.
Great. Now there's a question for you in the chat box, and it's from Mubarak, and Mubarak is asking, in the process of startup in renewable energy, from your experience, which stage do you think is most challenging for a startup, and how do you overcome it?
Okay, sure. So the most challenging stage is day one. It's always day one, right? And it gets harder in the first year, and then after it gets a little bit more easier, right? So the beginning is always the hardest. That's the simple answer. But in more context to that is, yes, it's hard. Why is it hard? Because you need people to believe in your ideas. You need people to believe in what you're trying to do. You need to kind of sell the opportunity to whoever is trying to invest in the business. Because if you don't do that, what you're going to have is you have to sacrifice a little bit into the business. So I had to save my money to put into the business in the early stages before anyone else even would actually consider it, right? And also time as well. You have to kind of put in a lot of hours. So I mean, every day I wake up at 5 a.m. I leave the office at least at 6 a.m., 6 p.m. When I get home at 6 p.m., there's still emails I have to respond to. There's calls, late meetings I have to go on. So it requires a lot of sacrifice in the beginning stages, a lot, right? But if you truly believe that is what you want to do, you would find the willpower to get it done.
Thank you very much. I think this clearly resonates with what the previous guest also said, that it's very important to be persistent, right? And to put in those, those commitments that is required. So thank you very much, Dr. Patrick. Just before we let you go, before we let you run off, what are your final thoughts, right? So what would be your advice, what would be your your direction for young professionals, right? Both those that want to become entrepreneurs, both those that are currently entrepreneurs, because there are some people that are exhibiting their products at the NIES. But those that don't want to be entrepreneurs, that just want to be, like us, right? Go to work, make impact, come back, So what would be your, your closing thoughts really? Because just like we said at the beginning, that the aim is to create a handshake, right? To learn from the CEOs, right? Those that have, that have done this, and are still doing it, So we would like to hear what your final thoughts are on this.
Sure. For me, is number one thing that's very important is having a huge sense of why you're doing what you're doing, right? Always think back to, and most of the time it can be monetary sometimes, but a lot of time the best whys are non-monetary whys, right? What I mean by that is, what is the impact you're trying to make? What is the things that you want to see happen? Because if you look all around you, everything that you see around you were created by people who had a why. That, I would want to create a wall that is blue, or a wall that is green, or a lighting thing that looks like this, right? So you have to have a very strong why, and once you know that, you just keep going at it. You just don't stop. For me, the last 15 years, I've been working on these areas, different countries, different projects. I've probably worked in more than 8 different countries on different projects. Some are difficult, some are hard. Some are policy, some are engineering, some are finance. I had to work in every single sector, every single side of the industry to fully understand it, where I felt, okay, I feel comfortable enough that we can come to Nigeria and really make a huge impact. So it is not an overnight success. You're never going to do anything overnight. You have to do the work. You cannot hide away from it. You cannot spend 2 hours on something a day and think it's going to turn out to be great, right? You have to spend more hours than anybody's willing to do on that. But that would come in if you have a very strong why. So that is my advice to anyone looking to be an entrepreneur overall, or even in the space or anything. And also always take the leverage of what you have, right? Leverage what you have. So if you're young, you can leverage access to information, right? You can find information quicker and faster than the older generation because you've got the internet. You know how to navigate through the internet. You can network with so many people online at the same time. If you work in a different location, for example, you might have better access to local traders or people around you, right? So always leverage what you have, and everybody has a leverage that against someone else. Every single person. Doesn't matter where you're from, you actually have a leverage. But being able to be aware of that leverage is what the challenge is. So what I would say is, yeah, have a strong why, be dedicated, and leverage what you have.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Yeah, strong why, leverage what you have, be dedicated. I think that's really it. And we already can hear that. I mean, all the CEOs are saying virtually the same thing. So, so this is not about someone's personal view and all. I mean, these are like objective things, right? So, thank you very much, Dr. Patrick. Thank you, and thank you again for honoring our invitation. We're very happy that you did. We are glad, and I'm hopeful that we have all learned, at least gotten something out of this conversation. And I hope you wouldn't mind, if people have questions, they can, send it in later on. And if people from here are able to, connect with you later on after now. Yeah. So please feel free to reach out if you need to.
Yeah, sure. So if you want to kind of get hold of me, I'm really relatively easy to get to. I have one rule is that I would always respond to everybody, even if it's just yes or no, right? I would always respond to everyone. So you can find, so our website is pamafrica.com, so pamafrica.com. You can always send us a message or give us support. Or you can find me on, I'm mostly on LinkedIn. So Dr. Patrick Agency on LinkedIn. You can add me and just ask any question that you can have. The minimum I'll do is give you a reply. So that's what I always promise everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you again. Thank you everyone for being part of this session, and thank you to those that are attending physically. And thank you to those that are attending online. And at this stage, we have come to the end of the Time Out with the CEO sessions for the NIES for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelvin, and thank you, Dr. Patrick, for your time, and also thank you, Dr. Rotumi, that is not online at the moment. It was really an insightful session because I'm sure everyone got to learn one or two from both the speakers, which are Dr. Alabi and Dr. Agis. Thank you very much. So this is the Energy Institute, and thank you for coming for our program, Time Out to the CEO, and we hope to see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. We just had a wonderful session from the Youth Professional Network, and now we'll be in some minutes' time we'll be having another session from Worldview Technologies. So please just stay put. If you're around, just hold on for like 5-10 minutes, and we'll be having another session. And here, Mr. Edwin Atiegugba will be giving us a commercial presentation on the pathway on how to generate intelligent digital twin models with focus on the operations and maintenance of oil and gas assets. So please, if you're around the exhibition area, please, you can make your way to the workshop area. We'll be starting in the jiffy. So please, and also if you're having your tea, you can also have it and then join us at the workshop section. We'll be having a presentation from the World's View Technologies. Thank you. Ah, to me, it's loud. It's like no, it's not. You have to shout very. Hi, Ilayefa. What? Over the hall. Sorry, I didn't get it. You just finished. Hello. Testing, testing. Hello, delegates, visitors. We're about to begin our next session from the World's View Technologies. We're doing a commercial presentation on the pathway on how to generate intelligent digital twin models with focus on the operations and maintenance of oil and gas assets. So if you're around the exhibition area, please, you can make your way to the workshop area. We'll be having a presentation. It will begin now. And if you're having your tea, after your tea, you can come to the workshop section. You can ask the ushers, or you can use the signages on the floor to make your way to the workshop section. So if you're here already, you can get seated so we can begin. Thank you. Good morning, visitors and delegates. We want to welcome you to the fourth day of the Nigeria International Energy Summit. We're having a workshop now from the World's View Technologies, talking about the digital twins for oil and gas assets. It's happening now at the workshop area. So wherever you are, please make your way to the workshop area. If you're around the exhibition section, you can also make your way here. If you're having your tea, immediately after your tea, you can also join us. We're about to begin. We'll be having Mr. Edwin Adiegoba take us through the digital twins for oil and gas assets. So wherever you are, you can make your way here. We're about to begin. Thank you. Okay, everyone, we're about to begin. Wherever you are, you can you can come forward. You can come towards the workshop area. We're about to begin. Mr. Edwin is already here. Mr. Edwin Atieguba, he is the technical account manager for process energy and mining, Worldsview Technologies. And he'll be speaking on digital twins for oil and gas assets. So please, you can make your way here so that we can begin. If you're having our tea, yes, we can just start rounding up. If you are within the exhibition area, you can start walking towards the workshop area, even as we begin. Thank you. All right, we are still expecting more visitors, more delegates to attend this presentation on digital twins for oil and gas assets happening now at the workshop area. So wherever you are, you can make your way here. Mr. Edwin Atiegoba, he is already here. He's an int. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Happy to have you here, wonderful delegates, this great afternoon. And I'm here to give a brief presentation on digital twins for oil and gas assets. I don't know if a couple of you might have heard about digital twins. Well, at this event, you are going to understand what it's all about and how that can benefit the oil and gas industry itself. To proceed, my name is Opubo Edwin Atiegoba. I'm the industry specialist for the process energy and mining unit for Worldview Technologies. Worldview Technologies is a South African company with a base here in Lagos. We have a number of offices around Africa, including Mauritius, Kenya, and in South Africa. And we're in partnership with a number of digital companies, including Autodesk and NetSpace. So if you are an engineer, I'm sure you must have heard of the software called AutoCAD. So the developers of AutoCAD, that is Autodesk, we're in partnership with them for Anglo-Africa. We provide all the digital solutions from AutoCAD itself to Plan 3D software, which is plan design software, Revit, Navisworks, InfraWorks, as the case may be. Our spectrum goes from both oil and gas to infrastructures and buildings, even to manufacturing. But here I will just be focusing just on the oil and gas aspect of our business. I myself have a background in engineering, mechanical, subsea engineering from Cranfield. I've also, experience in oil and gas industry, from pipeline engineering to subsea engineering to project engineering, quite a lot of things, experience I've gotten. So just to get ahead, okay, please, you can help me to change from there if this is proving a bit difficult. Okay. So, first of all, what's the background to all of this? Why the need for digital technologies in the oil and gas industry? So I know one thing that is in the minds of every operator is to look for means and ways by which you can enhance productivity of your assets, to optimize the operations when it comes to maintenance and all the necessary things that are required to ensure that the availability of your assets is very high. So one particular thing that we've observed so far is that digital technologies is that promising technology that could help to provide a means by which these objectives and goals could actually be achieved. In fact, the International Energy Agency in a 2017 report highlights that there would be a drop in cost of about almost 20% production cost. And this cannot be far-fetched or better than now, when we have the GMD of NNPC stating that he won sometime 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, around 2019, thereabout, that he wants the OPEX cost for oil and gas asset operations to drop to about $10 per barrel. So this is something that the use of these technologies will surely be something that would help to enhance this particular goal, even by the GMD. In addition, PwC in one of their studies observed that leaders within industry, they expect that within 5 years, they are expecting that there will be a 10% increase in revenue, which is good as a result of increased production and reduced time to project startup, as well as an 8.5 decrease in cost from improved operational efficiency. So we cannot underestimate or overestimate the importance of what digital technologies could actually help, in enhancing productivity, reducing downtime, unscheduled downtime, irrespective within the oil and gas industry. What are some of these digital technologies that we're talking about that could actually enhance these things? One, we're looking at predictive analytics for maintenance. We are looking at drones and robots for inspection. 3D printing. 3D printing is something that has an immense level of opportunities within the oil and gas industry to help to reduce downtime, lead time for expecting of spare parts within the industry. Then also the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning, the use of Internet of Things and cloud computing, and most importantly, one particular technology that seems to be highly promising amongst all is the use of digital twins. But what are the challenges, first of all, that we could have? So the challenges that we could witness in the oil and gas, there are quite a number of them, but the one I would highlight here. One, failures of critical components due to poor integrity management strategies. In fact, an unscheduled downtime, if, for instance, a pump or a valve fails in your operations or on your assets, a particular pump could lead to a downtime that could cost to almost $2 to $5 million per day, and that is quite expensive. But are there means by which you can actually prevent this from actually happening? To even predict that this particular equipment can even fail even before it does. And once you notice that maybe temperature is rising, the pressure is ramping up, what do? You based on the statistics, based on algorithms, you can be able to know and check if such things can actually be prevented even before they even happen. Then also poor and slow access to data due to ubiquitous amount of paper-based documents. So over the course of projects in the oil and gas industry, from design to construction to maintenance and operations down to decommissioning, a lot of data is actually being generated. Many times you find out that these data are actually paper-based. So when you now want to have access to this information, you find it very, very difficult to have access to this data at a time where you really need it. And in a way, this tends to also affect the integrity of that particular asset. There are quite a number of assets we have in Nigeria that we lack data because most of those data were just paper-based and they were just lost in transit. So you have another one here, loss of data as a result of inefficient information management. So many of all these data, as you're going from one process to the other within that particular project timeline, you find out that a lot of data is also missing because why? Most of them are just nothing but paper-based documents. But whereas, what can we do to help to make this information very important? Because when you're talking about the oil and gas industry, to enhance production, data is essential. Then slow decision process, because many times these information are not gotten also in real time. Decisions are actually very, very slow. But when you have an asset that you can actually get information in real time, decisions can actually be made right there and then. The use of paper, going for someone to sign a particular document, another person sign a particular document, all of that will be taken away because right here on your system, on your computer, on a tablet, you can actually make quick decisions. And in no time, everybody is aware. Somebody can actually be here at the conference and rather signing on documents or approving projects that will be going on right now, maybe in Lagos or in Port Harcourt, as the case may be. So that is where we need to all go to in the industry. Then finally, degradation of the quality of data when transferred from one phase of a project to another. This is equally another challenge. So one of the technologies that has been seen to help to alleviate these challenges, to take away these challenges, is the use of digital twins. But what exactly is digital twins? Next slide, please. A digital twin is actually a virtual representation of a physical asset. So whether that physical asset is actually expected to be or is currently existing, it's basically just that virtual representation of that particular asset. Whether that particular asset you're about to design it, having that virtual representation of that asset is very important. But many a times, we tend to hold on to digital twins as a 3D model of your assets. So sometimes some people might just have a 3D model of their assets and they think that's a digital twin. Well, that is wrong. What you have there is just a 3D model of your assets, digital 3D model of your assets. But you need to take it to the next stage, where you begin to apply things like, machine learning, artificial intelligence, predictive analytics to that particular model. But it being a 3D model on its own cannot really work. But once those things are adopted on a digital twin platform, all these can actually be enhanced. So what are some of the benefits that we could see? One, advanced project planning. So what do I mean by advanced project planning? Where you have project simulations to be done. Rather than sending someone to an offshore site or a remote location, that will take hours or take days, you can actually have, right there on your desktop table, even at home. You can just share a link to all the contractors that are necessary to carry out that particular project. And then they go in on their system, they get into the link, and then they check up and see exactly what they need to do. So if maybe there is going to be a repair that is going to be done, or a particular equipment needs to be replaced, what then do you need to do? You can just go in on that system and then check and see, okay, do you need to put scaffolds within that particular system? Do you need to take out the particular equipment before you're able to get to where your equipment is? All of this will actually be seen from your 3D model that is in that digital twin operating system. Then also asset lifecycle optimization. So a lot of sensors can be attached to your equipment, and then that could help to determine the integrity to ensure that the equipment is actually fit for service, and that the lifetime of that particular asset is actually very high. Then also asset integrity monitoring also is also about checking up on and monitoring the integrity of your assets. So whether you are talking about the flow or you are talking about the structural assets of itself, all of this can actually be done via the digital twin platform. Then also faster and better decision making. That's one big particular challenge, slow decision making within the industry. But when you have this particular opportunity, you have this particular platform where you can actually assess your assets, in real time from the comfort of your home. You can be actually here in the event at this particular conference, and you are able to assess everything that is going on within your assets. That is something that is actually really unique and innovative. Then proper visualization, sharing, and collaboration. So everyone is able to see what you're actually doing, because what it does is that it takes that 3D model of your assets and creates an intelligent and location-based platform, digital twin platform, where you're able to have, interact with your particular assets. So not just having just a 3D model, but taking it to the next level. Then improve production efficiency, predictive unplanned maintenance, advanced risk management. All these are some of the benefits. The more benefits to prevent loss of data by providing a platform to accumulate data generated on the digital platform. So what is that actually saying? It's just speaking to the fact that all the data that has been generated over the course of a project timeline, from the design to construction, all that data can actually be stored within the digital platform itself, the digital twin platform itself. So rather than having them stocked up, piled up in paper form, in a particular room, or just in various files in your system, all of these can actually be stored in the digital twin platform. So for instance, I'll show you a brief demo here on the video, where you can actually connect. What do I mean? For instance, when you go into the platform, you can click on the pump, on the valve, and then you're able to see every single data that you have about that particular pump, about that particular equipment. And that is something that is truly beneficial. Then also provides an integrated overview of the plant condition. So in real time, you're able to see exactly everything that is going on, everything that is happening, everything that is actually there, you're able to see everything there. Then it could also allow for continuous fitness for service assessment on the asset to determine the reliability of the asset in real time. So, for instance, I think for the Bonga assets right now, they actually have adopted the digital twin on their assets, their offshore assets. So it's an FPSO, that is a floating production, storage, and offloading vessel. And everything structurally. They have a structural digital twin of their assets. And that way they can keep tab with everything that is going on. Checking up on stress, checking up on strain within that particular asset, corrosion mapping, everything is being done and stored in that particular database. All for the purpose of ensuring that continuous risk management of their assets is currently being done. Then also to enhance predictive maintenance. So predictive algorithms can actually be generated using AI, machine learning, and then adopted onto the digital twin platform. This could help to predict when a particular equipment is about to fail, preventing unscheduled downtime, which, as we mentioned earlier, could lead to losses going from about $2 to $5 million a day. Then to carry out continuous risk identification and condition monitoring. Next slide, please. Okay, so apart from just all that we've mentioned, if you look at it in the line of energy sustainability, one, the digital twin can also help to monitor your energy consumption. So how energy is being taken within that particular platform is able to monitor everything in real time and manage them. And also, even your energy production, how energy is being generated, is able to balance everything out to ensure that you get the maximum output from the energy generated. And also, it could also integrate artificial intelligence that can be used to run virtual simulations. So various kind of simulations can be done to ensure that a lot of predictive, to optimize various kinds of scenarios, which is also very vital. Then it can also be used to monitor emissions in the energy sector. So if there are any emissions within the whole timeline, within the value chain, it helps to monitor every single carbon. Talking about a time when we're trying to see how we can reduce our carbon footprint. How do you think we need to do this? How can we be able to notice or to note how much of hydrocarbon we're emitting to the environment and how we can prevent that? So digital twins is a means to help to measure, to monitor, to optimize, and to predict emissions, thereby making our assets more energy sustainable. Next slide, please. So what exactly would be our digital twin strategy going forward? Next slide. So if you look at this slide, it's speaking to the fact that having a digital twin of your asset is not a one-time thing. It's something that goes on, it's a journey. It doesn't just start at once and finish at once. No, it's something that is a process. So it begins with level 0, where you have, like most companies do have, most operating companies do have, where they have, electronic drawings of their assets. So they have the PNIDs, the PFDs, in a particular computer. But sadly enough, we even still have some operating companies who might even still be operating at -1, not even at 0. -1 meaning that all their documents are paper-based. And that actually is not sustainable and efficient. So from level 0, the goal is to move you from level 0 down to level 4. But at level 1 is the point where you're able to create a 3D model of your assets. And then that 3D model of your assets is now integrated into the digital twin operating system. That begins the digital twin journey and digital twin process. Then you move to level 2, where sensors and IoT data are then added and included, adopted within that particular platform. So there, all necessary data are now fed in real time back to your operating system, back to the digital twin operating system, the digital twin platform. So you can then connect sensors, IoT sensors, to your pumps, to your compressors, to your valves to measure temperature, pressure, flow rate, and all are sent back to the digital twin platform. Then you move to level 2, level 3, where you can now carry out further simulations using various kind of algorithms, artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms. Then finally, which is like the gold plate of it all, where your assets is now completely autonomous. That means it's now more or less unmanned. Everything just runs autonomously. That is the particular position that we expect, that we want to move your operations to go to. Next slide, please. So the objective of this presentation is actually to just briefly provide a pathway and a workflow on how you can actually generate a living, intelligent, location-based digital twin model of your assets. Next slide. So we have, for the workflow, we start from capture, then to process, model and design, and finally to share and collaborate. Next slide, please. So for capture, you can actually make use of a 3D laser scans or a drone. Then to process the data that is generated, you make use of Autodesk Recap Pro or Topcon's Magnet Collage. Then you can actually make use of Autodesk Plan 3D for model and design to model your 3D model further to make it to be more adequate and more defined. So you can use Autodesk Revit, Edgewise, or AutoCAD Plant 3D before finally moving to share and collaborate, where you can make use of a digital twin. Next slide. So next slide. So the 3D laser scan, what it does is that it helps to scan a particular environment. So you can position one right here in this particular event, and then you can have a 3D model in minutes of this particular asset, of this particular building. Even where we are standing, in seconds, it takes reading. So it sends out laser scans to various locations, and then it captures them in form of a point cloud data. And then if it's a very large asset, this particular device will be moved from one position to another to take further readings to ensure that it has a defined data that it can provide for you. The next slide. So here is a video that shows like a schematic of what it will do. Next slide, please. Previous slide. Yes. Next slide. Next slide. Next. Okay, no problem then. So there's supposed to be a video I was supposed to show you where it's going to scan and then take that particular of a facility of an oil and gas asset. It captures that particular facility, and then it's able to generate the point cloud data when it is processed by this particular software called the Autodesk Recap Pro. So the Autodesk Recap Pro tends to help to convert the point cloud data that has been generated into a 3D model that you're actually looking for. So it helps. It's basically reality capture. It's a reality capture software connecting the physical world to the digital and can be used to produce a 3D model of your asset. Next slide, please. So, yeah, you can play the video, please. Next slide. Okay, there was supposed to be another video there also. That was to show you how like the drone will scan through a particular environment. So as well as using the 3D laser scans to scan a particular environment, the drone can also scan through and produce that particular 3D sample, 3D model of your assets. And remember, this can actually be used not only just in the oil and gas industry, but in mining, in manufacturing, in building, and for infrastructure. So after you've processed your data using the Recap Pro or the Topcon Magnet Collage, then if you want to define your model further, you can actually make use of this plan design process called Autodesk AutoCAD Plan 3D. Next slide. So it's a plan design software that helps to generate P&IDs of your assets and easily integrate them into a 3D plan design model. It could help to extract piping, orthographic, and isometric drawings directly from the 3D model. So you can actually make use of this software to help to generate and to create P&IDs and a 3D replica of your assets. Next slide. You can also make use of a software called Edgewise. Next slide. Next slide. Which is actually a software that also helps to bring out those point cloud data that has been generated by the laser scans and help to convert them into 3D models of your assets. So the prime feature of this particular software is the fact that it helps to reduce modeling time by almost 70%. So it helps to reduce your processing time, your modeling time by almost 70%. It makes use of a number of algorithms to be able to make use of this. And this is actually very unique and innovative for the industry. Next slide. Then we move to the main part of this particular presentation, where you are now able to make use of digital twins. So all I mentioned was just to help you to develop a 3D model of your assets. But then you need to then take this 3D model and then incorporate it into a digital twin to make it to become intelligent and location-based. So Worldview, in partnership with NextSpace, have developed a digital twin operating system that we provide for the oil and gas industry. And it's an advanced digital system that has the capacity to interoperate with all and any data required for the integrity management strategy goals, either for the operators or by the regulators. Next slide. It has the capacity to incorporate both GIS data, card data, so card data from any source. It can be able to incorporate card data, GIS data, point cloud data, and also 2D and 3D data as well within the particular system. Next slide. So this Bruce Digital Twin operating system functions as a means to represent physical processing assets as it existed, exists, and may exist. So what this means is, as it existed, talking about the historical nature of that particular asset. Then as it exists, talking about having this information and data in real time. And finally, also, as it will exist, talking about predictive functionalities and predictive data that can also be generated through this operating system. Also, it helps to give a visualization, of that particular asset, giving it in a 3D model, which is quite different from other digital twin platforms that you could have around. So this helps to incorporate a 3D model of that particular asset within the digital twin operating system to make it more visually, compliable. Then for simulation optimization analysis can also be done, and then real-time condition and structural health monitoring of assets can also be done even through this. Then as I mentioned earlier, talking about energy sustainability can aid in tracking and monitoring carbon emission performance towards energy sustainability and helps to monitor both energy consumption and generation within an asset. Next slide. As I said, it can incorporate GIS data, BIM data, EM, and FM. Next slide. So there are quite a number of things that we can actually do with this operating system. I wish the next video would play, but I'm not sure it will since the previous two videos didn't. So I'll just see if I can just go and walk through it. So you can actually, we have what was done here was that where a 3D model of that particular platform was generated, and you can actually go into that particular platform. You can walk through it. You can actually, we're even developing an opportunity where we can even make use of a HoloLens, and you can actually go into the particular platform to see whatever you need to do. You can take out the pump, you can take out the valve, and see what is behind it to know how you're going to carry out a repair job used for project simulations. Apart from that, it could also help you to bring out necessary data. So you can go to a particular pump within the particular facility. Maybe there's a challenge in that particular pump. You've gotten data in real time stating that that particular pump has certain issues, certain problems. You can actually check and know exactly what the problem is. And then you can walk to that particular platform, bring out all the data that you have from that particular pump, from that particular valve, from that particular compressor, and all of these can actually be done in real time. So it helps for quick decision making, for project simulations, for carrying out optimization analysis, for predictive assessment of your plans. All of these are benefits, that things that you can actually gain with the use of digital twin platform. So I've come to the end of my presentation. Next slide. So any question or feedback? Any question? Okay, in place of no questions, next slide, please. Next slide. Please feel free to contact me at any time. Here are my details. If you want to actually have an actual demo to see exactly what we just missed, the videos couldn't play. I would have loved you to see that. So if you actually would want to see further about the demo, yes. A question? Okay, I'll give my card and then we can. So please feel free to also meet me and you can take my card if you are interested in this, as this is a technology that would help. It's quite innovative and would help to enhance production of oil and gas assets. So thank you so much.
Yeah, it's on speaker. They said the guest will be on speaker.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think my first question, I have two questions really. I have two questions really. So my first question is, who's your target client? Based on the fact that a lot of the oil companies or the big boys would already be using this kind of technology in their organization.
Yeah, it's on speaker.
Okay, sorry. Hello, Mr. Isaac. Hello? Can you hear me, sir? Hello? Hello, can you please repeat your question again? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you repeat your question again? Yes, I can hear you.
Hello? Hello? Okay. Okay. So I have two questions. So based on technology and based on the advancement of technology already within the oil and gas industry, what would you say would be your target market or your target company very technology which have this technology entered?
Sorry, if I got your question well, do you mean if the target audience, you mean? The target clients. So the target clients for this particular technology within the oil, first of all, this technology can actually be used in a vast array of industries. So from the oil and gas to infrastructures, talking about bridges, roads, construction, all digital twins is actually vital in it. Also, even in health, digital twin is also very vital also for that. Then if you look at buildings, you can actually have a 3D, like this building that we're in right now. You can actually have a 3D model and an intelligent 3D model of this particular asset. So looking at lightning, if for instance you have like sensors on these lights, and you can actually be able to measure and monitor energy consumption, the generation that is also provided to this particular asset, the heating and ventilation, all of these can actually be incorporated within digital twins. But for the oil and gas industry itself, where we will tend to focus our attention on it may be, is actually very vital. And even for the IOCs,
I'm not hearing anything, bro.
And even for the IOCs, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? And as I was saying, even for the IOCs, so whether that facility is actually an offshore platform or an onshore platform, all of that can actually also be incorporated within the digital twin operating system.
Nice one, Eddie. Awesome presentation. My name is Raphael.
Hear me?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to ask the question on my behalf? I just couldn't hear what his answer was because I don't think it's being broadcasted at the moment. I'm not sure if it is. But I had two questions. And my first question was, who's the target market? Are there still industries that are not doing this? I'm sure the big boys will already be doing that. And then my second question really is this technology applicable in other industries outside the oil and gas industry?
Please, can you confirm that you can hear me, please?
I can hear you.
Okay, that's good. That's very good. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, I actually responded to your question, and you asked who are the clients that we're looking at. So if it's for the oil and gas industry, we are looking at from the upstream operators to downstream. So we're talking about downstream, we're talking about refineries. So these are also our clients that we're looking at. And also we're talking about LNG also. So for LNG trains, whether it's train 1 to train 7, this particular technology is actually very vital to enhance production, to optimize operations and maintenance of the assets. If you're talking about upstream also, we also cover both the offshore assets too. We are also covered. Then outside of the oil and gas industry, we cover a large array of industries. So including buildings, a contractor that you want to show that particular equipment to, or that particular environment, to know how he can also predict and know exactly how he's going to carry out certain maintenance jobs or to carry out certain repairs that is going to carry out on that particular asset. Once it fails, you can easily go and change it. But for critical equipment that where you know that a failure of that particular equipment can shut down that plant, can shut down that asset. It's very necessary that you're able to predict the failure of that equipment using the various predictive algorithms that can actually be incorporated within the digital twin operating system itself. Okay. In place of no further questions, thank you for listening to me. Please feel free to come by and get my card, and we can look for how to discuss further, and if possible to help to give you a demo, maybe sometime next week as you require. Thank you so much.
I want to appreciate our speaker who has done an excellent job in that presentation. Let's put our hands together for him one more time. All right, please. Right now we'll be having some representatives from the ActionAid. They'll be doing a presentation and some level of announcement to us. So please, let's just stay put, and they'll be there. They'll be here with us in a jiffy. Thank you.
This is an appeal for community sponsors by ActionAid Nigeria. Ebube is just 5 years old, but all he's ever known is desperate hardship and poverty. He's too poor to go to school. He spends his days walking miles to collect firewood and dirty drinking water from the river. Every night, this little boy goes to sleep tired and hungry. Is this right? Our country is rich in resources and rich in spirit, but too many of our people live without even the most basic human rights: clean water, nourishing food, a secure home. But there is something you can do today. Call 0700 70 70 700 and sponsor a community for 65 naira a day with ActionAid. We've been tackling poverty and injustice for over 40 years. We'll show you how your regular gift helps communities grow their own food so children won't go hungry. How you're providing the healthcare they need to thrive. And you'll give them an education so they can work themselves out of poverty. Please sponsor a community today with ActionAid. Call 0700 70 70 700 or visit actionaid.org/Nigeria. And let's lift children like Ebube out of poverty and show them how truly rich our country can be. My name is Dakore Ibusinakonde, and I'm the ActionAid ambassador for ActionAid Nigeria. It's actually mind-boggling that people still live like this in this day and age. ActionAid has done a lot of work in this community.
Thanks to the donation from supporters, ActionAid has built over 35 health centers across 12 states in Nigeria. In the last 15 years, ActionAid has been supporting smallholder women farmers to form corporate societies to access agricultural inputs from government.
We have gotten another big plant. Our eye don't open. Do many other things.
Please encourage your friends to encourage their friends to support our community sponsorship initiative. All we need is 2,000 naira and we can change lives for good. My name is Dakore Ibusinakonde and I'm the ambassador for ActionAid Nigeria. ActionAid Nigeria has provided extensive psychosocial support to over 150,000 survivors of attacks across northeast Nigeria. Children who have not been to school for more than 2 years now. Men who have lost everything and now sit doing nothing. Nursing mothers like Fatima Mohammed waiting for husbands who may never come back home. Lonely orphans like Amina dependent on occasional kindness from passing strangers. And hundreds of others in various stages of psychiatric disorders and mental illness due to their horrific experiences.
ina ga mutanen da ana yi yanka kala-kala kullum mafarki nake wata mata an yanka ina gani wani miji saurayi an yanka ina gani kullum kamar hankali ya tabu kamar ban da hankali.
ActionAid Nigeria has assisted such survivors in Adamawa, Gombe, and Borno states. ActionAid provided them with extensive psychosocial support through training and funding of special counselors who work in the IDP camps and in the host communities outside the camps. ActionAid also funds specialist clinical care of the survivors at health facilities.
On a monthly basis. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Adedeji Ademefun. I bring you greetings from the Country Director of ActionAid Nigeria. Inadvertently, she's absent. But what you see on the screen that I scrolled in the last couple of minutes is exactly what we do in hard to.
This is an appeal for community.
Again, ActionAid works in over 21 states of Nigeria, but have presence in 36 states and in over 750 communities. What we do, we support communities, develop the local content in terms of infrastructural development, and link them to government to be able to sustain these actions. But then we are building a movement of over 1 million Nigerians to join the campaign to support rural communities. ActionAid is an anti-poverty organization, as you may already know, and we are mobilizing Nigerians to support fellow Nigerians with a token to help them develop rural communities. There are communities where you may not find government presence, and that is the kind of communities where we work. Again, we had launched, we have a collaboration with DAR Communications on One Community at a Time project that we would be launching shortly. But the One Community at a Time project means for your corporate organization, for your strategic CSR engagement, corporate social responsibility, you are able to develop a community holistically, basically supporting them with infrastructure. A lot of children are out of school. So I give you a straight example. For instance, in the FCT, in some of the communities where we work, you may have heard over 57 communities where twins are still being killed in the FCT. And we have done a lot of engagement in such communities, and we are still working in those communities. But we are mobilizing Nigerians to say, join us in this campaign, in this movement. With a token of 2,000 naira, we would be able to transform such communities. And what does 2,000 naira mean, really? For an average family in a community, it means 1 week feeding for a family. It means a child can go to school. Once upon a time, a child we had met in one community who was out of school because of 400 naira tuition fee. And he was out of school. So 2,000 naira to join this campaign, and we will be glad to have you on board. My colleague Tema, we add some more to that.
Okay, thank you very much once again. Thank you for listening to that. Just to add to what Dr. Deji has said, ActionAid is a very strong CSO organization, and we work in the areas of eradicating poverty, focusing on women, marginalized women and children especially. Our duty here today is very simple. We're here to charge you as individuals, as organizations. What role do you want to play in impacting your communities? As oil companies all over here, what are you doing in your corporate social responsibility spaces? How are you impacting real life? How are you touching real lives? And that's why we are here today, to build that strategic partnership, to build that relationship with you as individuals, with you as corporate organizations, to say we have the platform. ActionAid has the expertise, over 20 years expertise in reaching out to rural people. We have the leverage, and we are calling on every individual, every patriotic Nigerian, every organization who values life to come on board our platform and implement your CSR strategy. We will give strategic focus to the work you're doing. You can be touching lives in thousands. On our platform, you will be reaching more lives in millions. So we have the ears and the eyes of INGOs. We have the ears and eyes of donors, DFID, Mercator. They are different international donors. We will bring that in as our own leverage, as our own part of, the collaboration that we'll be offering you. So we would promote your organization. You would be reaching real people. You'll be touching real lives. And that's basically our business here today, to give a call to action and invite you to come on board ActionAid CSR platform and be one of our partners, be one of our collaborators, be one of our sponsors. And through ActionAid Nigeria, you are very sure that you are touching real lives for good. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. And we have a stand just to the far left here, ActionAid stand there. You may want to also come in to find out more, but you can also go online to our website and see some of those interventions we are doing in rural communities. But the organizers have said we can allow the videos to play for some more time so that you can really see some of those things we are still doing in those communities.
And we have our volunteers around. So if you're interested in being a partner, if you're interested in being a collaborator, if you're interested in being one of our supporters, we have our people all on ground. So you can reach out to any one of us. We have forms for individuals. So like we said, you don't have to be a Dangote, you don't have to be, a multi-millionaire to touch lives. As individuals in your individual respective spaces, you can also make a difference. With minimum 2,000 naira donations, 3,000, 5,000 naira, you can actually help us put books in the hands of these children. You can help us put food on the table of people who are starving. You can help us, send children to school, sponsor their education. We all see what's going on in the country today. Young boys, young girls becoming ritualists, becoming killers. All sorts is going on. And this is as a result of the deep poverty, the very deep-rooted poverty in the different rural communities. And these people will come out. We might think it would not affect us. We might think it's none of our business. It's too far away from us. But it's not true. Before you know it, these people seep into town. These people are the ones that become menace, they become terrorists. But why not curb it at the very root? Catch them while they are young. Give them a hope. Give them a future. Be their hero so that they would grow up and have a hope. And that's really what we are here. Our message is very simple. Join the work. Join our call. Join our fight to eradicate poverty. We cannot do it alone. We can't do it on our own. We need support of every one of you. So that's basically what we are doing. We have our volunteers there. If you're interested, you can just indicate. They'll give you forms to fill. You fill the form there, and that's all it takes to onboard you as a partner. And then even as an organization, you can also just indicate your interest. Thank you. If we have any questions, we're happy to take them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time. The videos are still playing.
For no and injustice for over 40 years. We will show you how your regular gift
Good day, everyone. My name is Margaret Bassi. I want to find out how many states in the federation are you people giving this aids and empowerment?
Okay, thank you very much. That's an excellent question. I had mentioned it in the course of introducing intervention in communities that we work in 36 states of the federation, but we currently have footprints in about 26 of the 36. And I say 36 because ActionAid has supported in the as third-party monitors of the homegrown school feeding program in Nigeria. So across the 36 states, we have monitored the implementation of the homegrown school feeding. Also, as part of our strategy to reaching rural communities and children in rural communities, we monitor that intervention in partnership with the Office of the Vice President of the Federal Republic. So currently, we are in 26 footprint, but 36 spread across the nation.
And that totals 700 communities in Nigeria.
Because I'm from Niger Delta. If you go to that area, you see a lot of poverty. A lot of children are suffering. So I've not seen your impact because I travel home all the time. You go to the interior, you discover a lot of children are suffering. Some have no home. Some of them, their parents are no more. So I've not seen the impact there. That's why I'm asking this question. Because I'm from Niger Delta.
Excellent. And I agree with you that, of course, the true face of poverty is in these rural communities, right? And that's why we are still mobilizing more Nigerians so we can spread these interventions to more communities. Trust me, there are a lot of communities in Nigeria. In FCT, if we take you to some kind of communities, you would wonder, is this the Federal Capital Territory? It's like a near zero presence of government, and we really mean what we say. So you are right that we may not have reached some communities in the Niger Delta, but we work through partners who are also reaching out to such communities. And that's why, again, we are mobilizing more Nigerians to join the move so we can expand our reach across more communities. Thank you very much. Excellent comment you have made. Do we have any further questions or comments? Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tauhid Hayo Yakubu. And I must really commend the organization ActionAid for what they've been doing. It's actually not a small deal to reach out to the vulnerable ones and the less privileged. Even though in the constitution of this country, Chapter 2, Section 14, Section 2B, that the primary purpose of the government shall be the security and welfare of the people. It's not been fulfilled, or is far from being fulfilled. So ActionAid is doing a lot of work. And basically referring to what the woman over there said, you know, Mother Teresa said something. Okay. She said, we know too well that what we are doing is like a drop in our ocean. But the ocean will still be missing something if that drop isn't there. Yeah, it's a big nation, about 200 million people, and we have just an organization trying to do this. So we wouldn't really expect them to have done as much as some of us would have actually thought they should have done. So this also speaks to the fact that there's a lot of obligation on us to also put in a lot of effort so they can also expand their tentacles to cover as much communities as it's required in this nation. Now my question, that does ActionAid has any provision for people to come in with support other than financial? Because I believe the big guys are here. I mean, a lot of things that we're talking about here, there are big guys that can tell you, okay, just give me the list of communities. I'm going to get a school in each of these communities. I'm going to get a pipe bomb water in each of these communities. I'm going to get roads. I believe these guys are here. They're well-to-do. They have all these resources, these means. So perhaps if ActionAid has the provision for all this, instead of asking for 2,000 there, I mean, it's like asking for paper to some of these guys here. So perhaps if ActionAid could actually have a provision for all of this, they should be able to do something better. And for those who actually don't really have up to what these guys do, yes, they can also come up with these little ones as well. So perhaps that would be a better idea too. And one other thing as well, referring to what she said earlier, yeah, there are a lot of communities that really need your intervention, your presence. Now, some people actually don't even know about your existence. So for people who are actually privileged to know about it, now let's say tomorrow I find myself in a place like Bayelsa now, and I feel this community needs help. How do I reach out to you guys? So perhaps you might need to have maybe, if not offices, maybe representations or things like that in some of these communities, so that if anything comes up, somebody can actually say, okay, can reach out to you and say, there is need for your presence in so and so community. Thank you very much for your time. I hope I've not spoken too long.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you for that observation and that question. Just to respond to that, so yes, we are that's why our presentation is all about. It's not just about the individual 22K. The 22K is for the minimal donation so that everybody, every Nigerian can be a part of giving back. That's why we mentioned that. But like he rightly said, we're open to collaborations. We're open to partnership with the big boys, the people who can put schools in these communities, who can build health centers. We're open to those kind of partnership and collaboration. And our contact actually would scroll, and you can come to the stand and we'll give you more information on that. But we are very big. In short, the reason why we're here is to encourage those strategic partnerships with the big boys, like you rightly said. And we are hoping that, they get to hear this and get to see this. So we are saying, why would a shell be having an intervention in one community and LNG is doing one here? Why not all come together? And that's the meeting point, and that's the platform that we're providing. That meeting point where everyone can come on board and we can have a holistic project, a holistic implementation, a holistic intervention in these communities. And like I said earlier on, we can't do it alone. That is why she's saying she hasn't seen our presence in her own community. We need the collaboration, we need the partnership, we need the sponsorship of these big boys and the people who have the means to actually, provide that support. So that's why we're here to call on everyone. It's a call to action. We're trying to say that it's everybody's responsibility. Don't leave it to the government. Don't leave it to NGOs. You as individuals in your individual spaces, decide that, okay, this is what I'm going to contribute as my own quota. And with our partnership, that's why I say we have the expertise, we have the leverage, we have the knowledge, we have the experience. We can tell you or take you to those places. We are in communities where, there is zero presence, where people don't go to. We've discovered communities where people don't even wear clothes. That's how deep our research goes. In this Nigeria of today, we've discovered so many communities where people there are living like, they are not humans. And that's why we work with the human rights-based approach, because we believe everybody, every woman, every man, every child, every boy, every girl, is entitled to the basic, human rights that they all deserve as human beings. And that's the work we do. So thank you so much for pointing that out. And we are very open to collaboration. We want to partner with organizations. We want to partner with the big boys. We want to partner with government. We want to partner with individuals. And that's why we're here. Thank you very much for that. Someone already asked a question.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Again, you could come to our stand if you want more information. But like we had rightly said, it's an holistic approach, and we are calling more Nigerians to be part of this. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much once again for taking time to listen to us. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, representatives from the ActionAid. This is a wonderful intervention you're doing for our African communities. Please let's not go away. We have another very, very important session, which we'll use to cap up the day. Yes, a lot of questions about...
My name is Dakori Igbusinakonde, and I'm the ambassador for ActionAid Nigeria.
All right, we've been, of course, we've got a lot of questions. People are asking, what's NIES? How did it start? What is it about? I know a lot of questions. People are here their first time at the summit. Some persons, they've been here, but there's always this question, how was it about? What are we trying to achieve? So we have a session which we have also identified the future of Africa. Of course, we all know that this, how sustainable the impact of this summit would be about the future, identifying those who will take over from those who are running the affairs in the sector now. And so we've identified a cross-section of students who they want to kind of give them an overview of what the summit is all about. And so we'll be talking with them very soon. And so to do justice with that will be one of our facilitators, Abraham Magoze Eju. So he'll be doing that. But before we go to that session, we'd like to move the students. I think the AC is kind of too much for them. So we'd like to move you guys. Are you guys okay there? Okay, someone told me okay. But anyways, you're fine. All right. So for those of us who are here, can we just move forward a bit? Just move forward, even as we start. So before we do that, the ActionAid, the video that we're supposed to play, can play while we just get our sets ready. And also invite Mr. Adru to also facilitate this session. All right, thank you.
My name is Dakori Igbusinakonde, and I'm the ambassador for ActionAid Nigeria. ActionAid Nigeria has provided extensive psychosocial support to over 150,000 survivors of attacks across northeast Nigeria. Children who have not been to school for more than 2 years now. Men who have lost everything and now sit doing nothing. Nursing mothers like Fatima Mohammed, waiting for husbands who may never come back home. Lonely orphans like Amina, dependent on occasional kindness from passing strangers. And hundreds of others in various stages of psychiatric disorders and mental illness due to their horrific experiences.
Da na sunan ina ga mutanen da ana yanka kala-kala kullum mafarki nake. Kullum mafarki nake. Wata mata an yanka. Wata mata an yanka ina gani. Wani miji saurayi an yanka ina gani. Kullum kamar hankali na ya tabu kamar banda hankali.
ActionAid Nigeria has assisted such survivors in Adamawa, Gombe, and Borno states. ActionAid provided them with extensive psychosocial support through training and funding of special counselors who work in the IDP camps and in the host communities outside the camps. ActionAid also funds specialist clinical care of the survivors at health facilities.
On a monthly basis, we see about 40 to 50 patients that have psychiatric disorder as a result of insurgency.
Da Allah ya kawo ni nan kuma ina zuwa nan guri kamar wannan abu ban taba ganshi ba. Suna kwantar mana da hankali a nan guri.
But now, as the survivors prepare to go back to their communities to pick up the pieces of their lives, a new and urgent need arises.
You go back to community, your farm has been burnt, someone that you expected was alive has been killed. So the need for psychosocial support, management of mental disorders will now skyrocket.
Kar a raba mu da wayanda suna ringa ba mu hakuri nan kullum wannan sun kwantar min da zuciya ne. Dama kamar na tabu kamar ni hauka ne. To amma yanzu alhamdulillah.
ActionAid needs your support to continue the much-needed assistance. To donate to ActionAid, please visit our website www.actionaid-ngr.org or call 0700 70 70 700. Together, we can make a difference.
Sunana Ali.
Members of the community. Once more, it's the inside empathy demonstrated by ActionAid Nigeria in this community that is now stimulating behavioral change towards the practice of female circumcision.
They want to do this female circumcision for their daughters. But for me, I was trained not to do it. And I told them we don't do it, and I tried to discourage them that this is not a good practice. The practice is not good. Female genital mutilation is not what they think it is, because some of them, they have their reasons for doing it. They will say, if you don't do it, that the girl child will go out there promiscuous.
Continuing with our search on how the humane face of this unhealthy socio-cultural imposition will turn out, we descended the hilly tops of Ebonyi State into what so far was the hardest to reach and disconnected community of Agba Emeta. Chinyere Evo, a farmer, housewife and mother, also had unblemished memory of how she was circumcised and the unhealing scars she still bears in her body and mind.
Nini so free. Yaburu mo ge to tari me ki wo so bude ka nke okuru na bu ge bugugu ni gi tuti me na yesi ne tretoro. Anke filiri na ya ngbe. So mgbe oruzuru na mgbe njeje amuwa. Ahụrụ m ogondi na ya. Maka ogondi na ya bụ na asị na nwanyị enwogo oho. Na gbawa agụhụ. So abịazu ba gbawa agụ ya oho na ike gị mụama.
Then we sought to know from members of the opposite gender
Won't of time na nyem nangbe ojiri jamu wambo na mata. Akowa nihe meri ni bu na onwugo oho wan. Then emi yo yekue oho. Itezu kwenu na hwande Action Aid. Kangbe anakowa ihe basiri ogugu. Wan. Mo ni chofuta no dige mai him.
Ano m erute ịmara aka mgbe ichie ma mgbe ahụ isoteje anọdụ ebu nwaanyị ugwu anọgazu ndị bekee bịazu ọ dị n'ụka bekee bịazu si ebusi nwaanyị ugwu
When the number of COVID-19 infected cases began to rise, ActionAid worked with the most vulnerable groups. With GSA funding, ActionAid Nigeria works side by side with partners in Kogi and Nasarawa states, PIPSEED, Global Peace Development, and Beacon Youth Initiative to train 396 local volunteers in 24 communities who supported the door-to-door COVID-19 awareness campaign to prevent and curb the spread of the virus in their communities. Each volunteer was provided with a hygiene toolkit containing hand sanitizers, masks, and gloves to keep them protected as they carried out the door-to-door.
This project for the use of Wesere community, for the benefit of every inhabitant of this community.
Sunana Hausatu Manga. Mun gode ma Allah da ma'aiki da kungiya ta application ta taimaka mana da mun ka samu bannan ruwa. Ta taimaka mana da baguguka misali ɗan ragaɗu da mu da tabarmar kwanci da bargu da filas da cibi da kuma kwanan da huwa abinci da bargu kuma ta taimaka mana da kuɗi 23,000. Mun samu mun ɗan gudanar da aiki ga ɗakunan mu da sun kararu shi mun ka samu aron gida yanzu ga mu cikin gidajen mu amma dai gyaran bai samu ba kuma mun gode ma Allah da ma'aiki mun gode musu Allah ya biya su mu saka musu da alheri amma sauran gyara har yanzu muna buƙatar taimako a ƙara taimaka mana saboda gidan bai gyaru duka ba don ko yanzu wagga abugar an kai huta ruwa suna shigo mana cikin gida hana cika da sauran inda ba mu gyara ba.
Children, the women, and the men, and to the glory of God. Thank you very much.
very excited. Maybe you don't know why. This is the first time portable drinking water is coming out since the inception of Weshere many centuries ago. So this is something to be happy about. Thank you very much. Thank you, Action-Aid. Thank you, OPED, and thank you, the community of Weshere.
I challenge poverty. I challenge injustice.
I challenge inequality.
I challenge sexual and gender-based violence.
I challenge exclusion.
Hello, Yalian Press. My name is Mark Angel, and on behalf of Action-Aid Nigeria and sponsored communities, I want to say thank you. Thank you for your donations towards the Community Sponsorship Initiative. God bless you. Your donations change lives of children, women, and vulnerable people. Thank you. God will continue to bless you. I hope you give us the opportunity to welcome you back on board as a supporter again. Hope to see you on board soon. God bless you.
This is an appeal for community sponsors by ActionAid Nigeria. Ebube is just 5 years old, but all he's ever known is desperate hardship and poverty. He's too poor to go to school. He spends his days walking miles to collect firewood and dirty drinking water from the river. Every night, this little boy goes to sleep tired and hungry. Is this right? Our country is rich in resources and rich in spirit, but too many of our people live without even the most basic human rights: clean water, nourishing food, a secure home. But there is something you can do today. Call 0700 70 70 700 and sponsor a community for 65 Naira a day with ActionAid. We've been tackling poverty and injustice for over 40 years. We'll show you how your regular gift helps communities grow their own food so children won't go hungry. How you're providing the healthcare they need to thrive. And you'll give them an education so they can work themselves out of poverty. Please sponsor a community today with ActionAid. Call 0700 70 70 700 or visit actionaid.org/Nigeria. And let's lift children like Ebube out of poverty and show them how truly rich our country can be.
My name is Dakore Egbusunakonde, and I'm the ActionAid ambassador for ActionAid Nigeria. It's actually mind-boggling that people still live like this in this day and age. ActionAid has done a lot of work in this community.
Thanks to the donation from supporters, ActionAid has built over 35 health centers across 12 states in Nigeria. In the last 15 years, ActionAid has been supporting smallholder women farmers to form corporate societies to access agricultural inputs from government.
We have gotten another big plant. Our eye don't open. We think of doing many other things.
Please encourage your friends to encourage their friends to support our community sponsorship initiative. All we need is 2,000 Naira and we can change lives for good. My name is Dakore Egbusunakonde, and I'm the ambassador for ActionAid Nigeria. ActionAid Nigeria has provided extensive psychosocial support to over 150,000 survivors of attacks across northeast Nigeria. Children who have not been to school for more than 2 years now. Men who have lost everything and now sit doing nothing. Nursing mothers like Fatima Mohammed, waiting for husbands who may never come back home. Lonely orphans like Amina, dependent on occasional kindness from passing strangers. And hundreds of others in various stages of psychiatric disorders and mental illness due to their horrific experiences.
Dana sunan ina ga mutanen da ana yayyanka kala-kala kullum mafarki nake wata mata an yanka ina gani wani miji saurayi an yanka ina gani kullum kamar hankali na ya tabu kamar banda hankali.
ActionAid Nigeria has assisted such survivors in Adamawa, Gombe, and Borno states. ActionAid provided them with extensive psychosocial support through training and funding of special counselors who work in the IDP camps and in the host communities outside the camps. ActionAid also funds specialist clinical care of the survivors at health facilities.
On a monthly basis, we see about 40 to 50 patients that have psychiatric disorder as a result of insurgency.
Da Allah ya kawo ni nan kuma ina zuwa nan guri kamar wannan abu ban taba ganshi ba. Suna kwantar mana da hankali a nan guri.
But now, as the survivors prepare to go back to their communities to pick up the pieces of their lives, a new and urgent need arises.
You go back to community, your farm has been burnt, someone that you expected was alive has been killed. So the need for psychosocial support, management of mental disorders will now skyrocket.
Kar a raba mu da wayanda suna ringa ba mu hakuri nan kullum wannan sun kwantar min da zuciya dama kamar na tabu kamar ni hauka ne to amma yanzu alhamdulillah.
ActionAid needs your support to continue the much-needed assistance. To donate to ActionAid, please visit our website www.actionaid-ngr.org or call
0700 70 70 700. Together, we can make a difference.
Imagine your body being buried while you're still in it. Imagine the horror. Imagine your whole life reduced to thinking about your next breath. Eventually, you'll welcome death. This is the fate of many children in Nigeria, particularly in the nation's capital, Abuja. While it may be hard to believe, roughly 2 to 3 children in communities around the FCT are killed, buried alive, or starved to death every month for no just cause, but for the fact that their mothers died while giving birth to them, or they were born twins, or with albinism. 150 children, including Hannah and Hanasa, were recently rescued from this act by Vine Heritage Homes. Imagine there is something you can do right now that will rescue more innocent children from the fangs of ignorance and death. Something that will make their lives a lot more bearable and livable in years to come. By supporting and funding the Vine Heritage Home, VHH, you can help us put an end to this serious crime of ignorance and support the children that have been rescued. Please go to www.actionaid-ngr.org to donate.
First of all, I want to recognize the schools that are here today. And we'll start with the Premier Academy. Now, Premier Academy, we have some of the science students from Premier Academy here. They're led here by Mr. Obinna Okonkwo, to my right. Round of applause for him. Yes, he's not your teacher, but you could just encourage him. Is that okay? And Ozlonye Ijeoma. Please, a round of applause for her. Can we see you? Excellent. All right, we also have another school here, Destiny Christian Academy, and led by Mr. Igba Sani to my left. You're welcome. And Mrs. Ekeobi Justice. Can I feel that, guys? Excellent, excellent. All right. Now, our main aim today is to enlighten the students on the importance of energy and the development of Africa, not just for now, but also for the future. Now, what is NIES? NIES started as NIPS, and by that I mean Nigeria International Petroleum Summit. This is the 5th edition. Now, in tandem with global changes and the global agenda for energy transition and the need for us to remain relevant and to remain ahead, we decided to change the name from Nigeria International Petroleum Summit to Nigeria International Energy Summit. What is Nigeria International Energy Summit? If I'm too fast, you let me know, students, because you need to take something home, right? That's okay, yeah. All right. Now, this is the platform that was created perfectly to bring the world to meet the Nigeria's energy sector. So it's like a round table, is a rendezvous point for the world to have a meet and understand what's happening in the Nigeria energy sector. That's basically why there is NIES. Now, NIES has a lot of composition. Who are the people here? Who are the men and women in suits, in safaris? Who are the students here? Who are the guys in jeans and t-shirts? Who are all of these people? You realize that the composition of the NIES is the composition of is a meeting point between the Nigerian political class. We also have decision makers. We have government officials. We have multinational companies. We have multilateral organizations. And of course, we have several other stakeholders and also the academia, which the students of Premier Academy, Destiny Christian Academy also represent. So it's a cocktail of, of every class in the society that you can think of. We have the ministers here, we have government officials, we have multinational companies, we have multilateral organizations, we have NGOs, we have all of that, we have professors, we have the academy, we have everyone here. And also, we have you here. A round of applause for yourselves, please. So how does this run? The activities here are very numerous, and we have very intensive technical workshops. Technical workshops. That's what you find at NIES. We also have plenary sessions. So now these are the technical workshops. This is the workshop arena. So all the technical workshops takes place here. And I'm sure in a moment you'll be led to where we have the plenary sessions. Somewhere there after the foyer, on the right side of the foyer, you'll find that. We also have, throughout the sessions, we have different, different sessions, like I said, and all of this is what makes NIES what it is. But one beautiful thing about NIES is that there's something for everyone in the value chain. So whether you're a student, you're a government official, you belong to the private sector, you're an entrepreneur, whatever you are, there's something for you. I recall during the first edition, So you remember, we had the vice president was very, very emphatic about not just academia now, but the upcoming generation being carried along with the whole objective of what NIPS as at that time, or NIES is or was. And we had our sessions at the ECOWAS Parliament just down the road. Now, why was this? This is so that we can be able to, we'll bring the younger generation to appreciate the changes and the things happening, talking about global change and, the climate change and everything that is happening around the energy sector in Nigeria, and not just in Nigeria, but in the whole of Africa. So, I want to welcome everyone here, especially our friends, students from the Premier Academy and Destiny Christian Academy, to this wonderful workshop. So if you don't have a writing material, which I'm sure you already have, make sure you signify and we'll get one to you, because it's very important that you take something home. Like I said, there's something for everyone. And finally, I want to let you know that this conference is huge. We have people from 45 different countries in this place right now. 45 countries. We have 6 technical workshops. We also have 12 plenary sessions. We have 8 special presentations. And we have you. A round of applause for yourselves. So very quickly, I'm going to call on Dr. Abraham Aju to take the mic and lead us to the next thing on the agenda. A round of applause for Dr. Abraham Aju as he comes forward, please.
Thank you, Elvis. Technica, do we have the, okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to say a very big thank you to Mr. Elvis, who just spoke. He gave a very, very good background what this is all about. Like he told you, this is a very big event happening. It's called the Nigerian International Energy Summit. And he informed you that it was called before now, up to last year, it was called Nigeria International Petroleum Summit. This summit is the Nigerian government event, as in this is the official government event for the petroleum sector. As I said, not becoming the energy sector. And it was launched in 2018. That was the first edition. And it is hosted in Nigeria, but for Africa. That is why he informed you have 45 countries here. Nigeria is the largest oil and gas country in Africa. We have the largest reserve of oil, and we have the largest reserve of gas. Currently, Nigeria has about 35 billion barrels reserve for oil and about 206 trillion standard cubic feet of gas. That is proven, the one that we know. They are the ones that they have not, they have potential. Like gas, Nigeria has potential for another 600 trillion cubic feet of gas. They call it unproven because there are some data they need to confirm. But they have proven 206.3 trillion standard. So you can see it's a vast oil and gas country. And that's why Nigeria is hosting this international conference for Africa. Now, why the transition from changing the name from Nigeria International Petroleum Summit to Nigeria International Energy Summit? Because things are happening around the world now. And that's one of the things we want to share with you. And why are we bringing this? He told you that in the first edition in 2018, We had 4 universities students for the student program, students from 4 universities, students from 3 senior secondary schools, private, and 3 senior secondary schools, government, public. And then we also had 3 junior secondary schools and 3, so it was a large student audience. But then we looked at it with COVID and coming out of COVID now, we thought it's time to restart the student section because we must carry this next generation to know what is coming ahead, what you're going to meet ahead. And we thought to restart the core group. If you look at the higher institution students, the senior secondary students, and the junior secondary students, the critical ones are actually the senior secondary school. Because these are students that have just made themselves and opted to study sciences. And they will have to make a choice when they go to higher institution what part of the science they want to study. So if they start knowing the issues that are out there in the real world, then in their studies, they know what they're studying about. You know, one of the things happening in Africa, why Africa is not developed as other parts of it, is because a lot of things are theoretical. They don't connect with the students while they are in school to understand how to translate these things. So we want to fill that gap by kicking off with it. So every year we'll bring at least 2 senior secondary schools to come and see what is happening. Now, currently, we're going to take you through this energy and the future of Africa. Like we told you, this big summit. So you say it's not a conference, it's a summit because it's about Africa, countries from all over Africa. And we'll be talking through these points. Just quickly, because we've lost some time, we started first. I want to commend Premier Academy, Mr. Obinan. I commend you and your students. They were here. We said 1 o'clock so that you have 1 hour to settle, and then we had to wait for Destiny Christian Academy, so we started 12 past 1. So we're going to be a bit of rush to meet because several programs are happening, as you were told. We need to get back to some other, and you also have some exhibition booths that will take the 2 schools to. One school is going to Total, one school is going to Nigeria LNG, and they will tell you what each company, these are big companies, what they are doing. Okay, so we're going to be a bit quick. Can you go back, Technica, can you go 1 slide back? Let's go through the outline. So we'll talk energy and its importance to society. We're going to look at the sources of energy, energy in Africa, energy potential of Africa, energy transition, conclusion, withdrawal, and then the big question for Africa. So let's start. Go on. Energy and its importance to Africa. Now, some of these things you already know, so we'll be quite fast. Energy is the capacity or ability to do work. So anything that can do work, that can cause, whether it's wind, that can turn something and do something, whether it's something you burn that can do something, it is energy. So energy is anything that can do work. And you know what work is force times distance. Anything that can move something from where it is to another, that is work. Energy is essential for most activity of modern society. Without energy, you are stuck in this society because everything must be fired by energy. Its use or consumption is generally taken as an index. So if you want to know the standard of living of a society, you say, how much energy is available to this society, to people there? They call it per capita energy. How much if you divide Nigeria as about 200 million, if you say how much energy is available, for example, I mean, you'll be able to tell if the standard of living of this society is good or bad. Yeah, so energy, we use energy in form of firewood, fossil fuel, electricity, and the rest. Next slide, please. Next slide, technical. Uses of energy, we are familiar with this. I will just mention them. Cooking, we are familiar with that. Your heating or cooling system is energy. Technology is all energy, pushing all this communication. There was one time in Nigeria, we had only about 700,000 phone lines because it was the phone line that you need to, the analog phone line, you need to draw lines like you have in the electricity now. But some people came with GSM, Global System of Communication, wireless, mass, and then people are not communicating. There's phones everywhere. That is what energy does. Transportation, all the cars, buses, train, these are energy. Something is making them move to do work, moving from one point to the other. Light bulbs that you see, it's all energy. Next slide, please. Now, what are the sources of energy? Next slide. We have two main sources. Energy sources are classified into two main. You have non-renewable energy sources and renewable energy sources. So what are these? So these are the two main class globally. Next slide. Now, let's start with non-renewable energy sources. These are sources that you can only use one time and they can never be used again. For example, coal, oil, gas, which are called fossil fuel. So when you hear the word fossil fuel out there, you know that they are talking about oil, gas, that is crude oil, gas, and coal. Fossil fuel, you can't renew them because they are, when we say Nigeria has 35 billion barrels oil reserve, it's going down as you are, so we need to find more. But if you can't find more, there are countries today like UK, they can't find any more. They've used and used. The thing is going down now. So you cannot renew them. That's why they are called non-renewable. Next slide. So what are the advantage or disadvantage of non-renewable? One, advantage. Non-renewable energy, they provide more energy output. They have more energy content. So that's why if you are using gas to fire your engine or oil, you can do more work. So they can do more work, non-renewable. Non-renewable produce more power after you refine them. So crude oil can do something, but when you refine it to petrol or diesel, you can. That's why you see that most of the heavy-duty trucks, like the trailer, the caterpillars, those bulldozers, they don't run on petrol, they run on diesel because it has higher content of energy. It can move those big stuff. Thousands of unique products. In fact, you can't mention the amount of all these attachments that people, cosmetic, your plastic here. In fact, there are almost 300 different products more you can do from crude oil. So many things from them. But they can't renew them, right? Okay, thanks. We should even get from here before then. All right, and then what are the disadvantages then of non-renewable? Non-renewable energy, they lead to high level of pollution. You have been hearing about greenhouse gases. We don't have time to be taking questions, so you just take note. Greenhouse gases, this whole atmosphere is covered by what we call the ozone layer, so that the impact of the sun, which brings radiation, the humans can withstand it. It will not be so hot. It's like a blanket. But these greenhouse gases, of which CO2 is one of the prime ones, it destroys, it's like you have a cover and something is destroying it. So the earth is getting that direct radiation now, and it's getting warmer and warmer. And so you see, ice that are in the cold temperate regions, they are melting, big icebergs, and then oceans are filling up, and then you are having overflow to where humans are, and you are having flood. So that is one of the issues. They emit greenhouse gases, this non-renewable. Fossil fuel may not be forever, of course. It goes away. You can't renew it. Then plant and animal face the same problem, and non-renewable energy refinement may have adverse effect on the environment. Next slide, please. Now, renewable. We have talked about what non-renewable are. Now, the other type of energy is renewable. Renewable energy sources are sources that can be used over and over again. You use them if they don't deplete. These energy sources will never run out. What are examples? Solar. You can never extinguish the sun. It's there. You can just keep using and using. And then wind energy. Wind. if you can tap energy, and there are technologies that are used now. And then hydro, water. Water has energy. Water can move things if you can tap it. Tidal, wave, geothermal, fuel cell technology, hydrogen, biomass, biodiesel. So there are a number of renewables that are available. Now, what are the pros and cons? Next slide, please. Technical, next slide. Now, types of renewable, we have mentioned them. What we're going to do, lead teachers, Mr. Obina, Mr. Sandy, would send this. Your numbers are WhatsApp numbers, right? We'll send this to you so that you can dig it down further. You know, this is not theory, pass or fail. This is industry. This is the real world. So you guys are going to do all this in your science. You are going to go further on it. All right, let's continue technical. So later when you get it, you look at all this. So wind energy, so you can see the different things, you know, they use the different renewable to do. All right, let's go ahead. Next slide. Now, what are the advantages and disadvantages of renewable? One, renewable energy advantages, they won't run out. So when you have a source that will never run out, it's good. Renewable energy has lower maintenance requirement. You see, to have a gas-fired or a fossil fuel fire, the power generating plant, they can generate high amount of energy, but they are so huge. The money involved, the capital. But renewable, you can put a solar panel on top of your roof, or you get a wind turbine somewhere in your house if you have wind around there, and then you generate power that maybe your household or two houses or the street can use. But renewable is not easy to do that, and non-renewable is not so easy. Renewable energy has numerous environmental benefits. They don't release these greenhouse gases. Renewable energy leads to cleaner water and air. Of course, no pollution. You can see all Nigeria, everybody has generator. You can see all the pollution, smoke, people are just carbon. In fact, a lot of people have died because they slept off. And generator fume got into their air because it's carbon monoxide. And then it took the oxygen off. And then that's it. Because that is, instead of CO2, it's just CO. So it's looking for oxygen to complete its chain. And then it takes the one that the humans should breathe. And then they give up the ghost. So renewable don't have that challenge, no pollution. Renewable can cut down on waste. Then what are the disadvantages? Renewable energy has high upfront costs. So you have to invest in them, the solar panel and all that. Renewable energy is intermittent. Renewable energy have storage capabilities. Renewable energy sources are geographical. So some places the sun is very good. It's always there. But if you go to some part of the world, the summer period is so short. So if you want to do solar, it will be tough for you there. Then let's go on. Now we are coming to the main reason. This is an Pan-African conference. So this is about us now. It's about Africa. What are the issues? Energy in Africa. Go on. Next slide, technical. Thank you. Energy in Africa. Africa is a continent with vast energy resource. Whether it's renewable, non-renewable, we have them. We are not among the continents that have very limited period of summer or sunshine. It's here. In a large, good number of the months in the year, there's sunlight. So it has non-renewable and renewable energy abound across its land and oceans. Despite this abundance of resources, Africa has been unable to meet its energy demand. I'm sure most of us that left our home today, there was no power. Okay, some of you are embodying this thing, but your school must have generator, right? But those of us who came from home, I can tell you no power. So you cannot really plan. There's what we call energy poverty in Africa. Africa, he said, this is manifested through lack of thriving manufacturing industry, resulting in massive importation of finished product. True or false? So most of Africa are importing because even when people try to set up factories is difficult because the energy is not there. You have huge machines that needs power, and the power is not there. So if the man tries to generate his own power, the cost, he can't compete. He can't compete with the man from Asia, from China, India, or from Europe. The power is there all the time. He's going to run aground very soon and close. It's better for me to import and just, sell here. See, Africa currently has the lowest energy utilization in the world. So of all the 6 continents or so in the world, Africa has the lowest utilization of energy. Africa currently has the lower per capita electricity. That is available electricity power per person in the world. So Nigeria is 200 million. And as we speak, we are generating or transmitting through the national grid about 4,000 or so megawatts. So you divide 200 million people, divide 4,000, what will each person get? It's very low. And this 4,000 we are generating in some countries, that is what one person will get. In this conference, somebody gave a statistics that the amount of electricity that New York City is using is what the whole of Africa put together, not Nigeria, the whole of Africa is using. So you can get the picture. For more than a century after light bulb, more than a century after light bulb was invented, you can imagine light bulb was invented by Thomas Edison in 1879. 1879. In fact, I think it's getting close to 2 centuries now. Most of Africa continent is still dark after 9/4. True or false? That's the truth. Most African, this situation in Africa holds back the development of its continent and people. Like we said at the introduction, the world runs on energy today. If you don't have it, sorry. What device do you want to do? Even your phone, if the battery runs out, there's nothing you can do. So everybody is looking for power bank. You must keep it running for you to keep communication going on. Not to talk about somebody who invested in huge, machines. Next slide, please. Technical. Thank you. If you look at this slide, it may not be very clear, but when you get the slide later in school, you can look at it. If you look down here, this is relative per capita electricity in some countries. So we are talking about when you share the population and what electricity you have. And you can see Germany, United States, one person has 1,200 and it is something. And then Germany, United Kingdom. And then you come to Ghana. See, you can see Africa. South Africa is the best. And then you come to Ghana, 70 megawatts. And then you come to Nigeria, you can see what one person. So if you have a bulb, and you said this bulb is, even with the energy saving bulb, some are 11 watts. And then you have to manage yourself with about 17 watts, or by the time 200 million of us share it. So you see why everybody have to support themselves with personal generator, which is polluting the whole environment, noise pollution, chemical emissions, and all that. So next. So this also tells the picture in another way, graphical way. So you can see those countries there doing 120 giga. Giga is like in the billions. Giga, and then you are seeing Nigeria there doing, they could even 3 gigawatt. That is 3,000 megawatt. As of today, I say, okay, average 4,000. You are going nowhere. Everyone will still continue to look how you emigrate to one Europe or one thing. Because you're going nowhere with this. Continue. It's technical. Again, if we come down looking at energy in Africa by just taking a look at Nigeria, these are just the states, the 36 states, where we look at distribution of household without electricity access in the 36 states of, that is, even the 17 watt or kilowatt per person, some people don't even see it at all. their community is completely not connected at all. So you can see something like Zamfara State, 77.1% of the household don't even know what electricity is about, except they buy their own generator, do something. It's completely cut off. So you can imagine, in this time and age, we're saying that what is available is dismally too small per capita electricity. And now even a large percentage of the population are not even experiencing it. Go on, technical. Now, what are the potentials? Now, this is a country, a continent that is starving. It's called energy poverty. Now, what are the potentials? Next slide, please. Non-renewable potentials. So let's see what we have in Africa. Fossil fuel, which is crude oil, natural gas, and coal, are vital energy sources that play key roles, not only in the economies of African countries, but also in their energy system. Africa has vast potential of fossil fuels, which account for roughly 7.6, 7.5, and 3.6% of the proven reserves of crude oil, natural gas, and coal in the world. These resources account for about 50% of the total primary energy supply by the same source. Over 80% of electricity generated across the continent is also from fossil fuel. So you can see the resource that Africa has. These things are there. These energy resources are also a major source of revenue for most African countries. But unfortunately, they just sell the raw thing. So you have crude oil that has over 300 kind of product that you can do from it, but they just tap it and export it. And then people go get it into those products and they buy it back, and then it becomes even at higher cost. So these are the issues, you know. It is evident that most of the fossil fuel, the third bullet point there, it's evident that most of the fossil fuel produced in Africa is consumed elsewhere as raw materials to do a lot of things, a lot of energy products. I'm sure you will know the fuel queue that's currently going on. This is a crude exporting, crude producing country. But we are waiting for them. We said they gave us bad crude, bad petrol. They did this. So they gave you bad petrol. You gave them the crude, and then you wait for them to do it to a product. And then when they brought a bad one, everybody is stuck now. Next slide, please. So now for renewable, you can see the picture. As for renewable, there's significant renewable potential in Africa, as shown in the next slide, varying in types across diverse geographical locations. Whether it's hydro, biomass, wind. So you can see this just shows you all across Africa, whether you're looking for hydro, you're looking for wind or solar, it's just dotted all over the place. They are all over the place. You can just tap on them. So, but there's an issue. There's still poverty, energy poverty. Next slide, please. Technical. Now, something is also playing. Remember, we said this topic is energy and the future of Africa. Now, while Africa is still grappling with all these issues, there's something coming ahead. It has already started. That's where you be aware what is going on. Now, it's called energy transition. Go ahead. Now, what is energy transition? So in very general terms, we can say energy transition involves a shift in the primary source of energy used to meet global demand. Now, what is the current energy transition about? The world is trying to shift from fossil fuels to low carbon energy sources. And this has an impact in Africa because Africa has a lot of fossil fuel. Now, we say it is bad that they are not refining, they are not processing their fossil fuel. They are taking raw crude, raw this, and exporting. But at least exporting the raw thing, they are at least getting foreign exchange. Nigeria is dependent on the export of crude oil to finance our budget. That's why Nigerian budget is indexed against the crude oil. They say, okay, we want to make budget for 2023. They start to predict what will be the crude oil price. It is based on that Nigeria, because 80% of Nigeria foreign exchange earning comes from export of crude oil. So now, just imagine the implication if the world say we're no longer going to use coal, oil, and gas, and you have nowhere to use it. You can't even sell the raw material, and you don't know how to, you have not developed your skill to produce it to something else. So it's big. Next slide, please. So far, the world has transited. This slide is just showing you that they've moved. There was one time that the world shifted from traditional biofuel like firewood to coal. And then they moved from coal to refined products. And then they moved from crude, they are going to natural gas now. And then this one that is happening now, the world is saying they want to leave fossil fuel, they want to go to renewable. Because they say fossil fuel is emitting carbon dioxide and destroying the Earth's ozone layer, the greenhouse emission. Next slide. So, but let's look at it. Why is it important? Why do the world think that energy transition is important? The transition of energy systems towards low carbon energy is driven by the need to address climate change. They said the Earth is warming up. Ice is melting in the oceans and is causing problems. Science supports the need for decarbonization, that is to start removing carbon. You've heard of the Paris Agreement, Paris, and then just last year in November, there was also a climate change conference in Glasgow. And all this, people are saying that the Earth is going fast to about 1.5 degrees Celsius in terms of the heat, because we are destroying that protection, that ozone layer. And they don't want it to go beyond that. So they have put a target to stop greenhouse gas emission. Next slide, please. So we want to look at the different regions of the world. Which ones are emitting more greenhouse emissions? Because some countries are industrialized, they're using this energy, some are not. So you can see the scale there. You can see how much in terms of gigaton of CO2 that each country is sending to the atmosphere. China is worse. China is just a whole huge, about 1.3 billion people, and it's like a whole huge factory. Everybody is producing. And then US, EU, India. But you notice one thing, even in these statistics, Africa is not mentioned because it's significant. Right now, Africa is just producing about 3% of the emissions. So because there's no energy to even do things here. Now, go ahead. Next slide. So then, when should transition take place? The experience of previous energy transition showed that this transformation do not happen overnight. But the world has fixed year 2050. They said by year 2050, we should reach what is called net zero emission. So what does net zero mean? Net zero means that the amount of carbon dioxide we are releasing to the atmosphere, we are also taking the same out. You know that the plants, they use CO2. So while humans' activity, industrialization, as we are burning fossil fuel and the rest, we are releasing. So they want that balance so that the amount that is being taken from what we are releasing should not be more than what is being taken by the plants and other. So that is what they said, net zero, that they want to achieve that by 2050. And but they had this conference in Glasgow, the last global climate change conference, and some countries said, we cannot stop using our resources right now, like Nigeria. We cannot transit to renewable. We don't even have the technology, and we survive on this crude oil and this fossil fuel. So Nigerian President Muhammadu Buhari, made commitment to the conference that by 2060, Nigeria will achieve net zero. Some other countries said 2070. Some said, okay, by 2050 we can do it. But our concern is Nigeria has committed to 2060. Next slide, please. So now, this transition, this is where you guys are science students, but everything has politics. I hope you are listening, students. Everything has politics. You must know how to protect yourself. Africa is beginning to wake up now that we are stuck behind. By running away, that's not really the solution. We need to begin to develop our energy. And now the source of energy that we have already, the fossil fuel, the world wants to shut it out. So you are in what we call double jeopardy. Just when you are trying to wake up from your sleep, they said the game is over. And some African countries like Ghana, it's just about 3 years ago, they found oil and gas. And they are excited. They want to start using it. And the world is saying, game over, no more oil and gas, no more fossil fuel. So you can see that there are serious issues coming ahead. That's why they want to hold another conference this year in Egypt, another climate, because some countries are saying we cannot go at the same pace. We are not at the same level. Now, what are the things that needs to be balanced? For developing nations like Nigeria and most Africa, economic prosperity is as much priority in the energy transition as the need to decarbonize. Now, the developed world is about we must reduce carbon emission. But we are also looking at, you people have already prospered, but we have not reached that level. So we have to balance reducing emission and achieving prosperity. We want to start using our energy now to achieve prosperity. You can't shut everything down now. So that is the discussion going on at the global stage. Now, this is an important point. More than 800 million people in sub-Saharan Africa are still without access to electricity, and hundreds of millions more have limited access. So how do we stop using fossil fuel now? What do? We need to find a way that we can balance between security and access to electricity, environmental sustainability, and economic development and growth. So this is the politics that is playing on in the world stage today. Africans, when they go in the conference, they say, sorry, we also have our point. Most of you people, you countries, US, UK, you have been using your fossil fuel and you have prospered. Now the thing is going down and you are telling us that it's too dangerous, we should stop using it. As at now, if you want to do a project in oil and gas, you cannot get like the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, anything to give you $1. They have stopped funding. They don't give loan to anything fossil fuel. So it's a big challenge. Africans they have to think now what to do, how to make their voice heard. So this is something that you're going to face in the future. Next slide. So what is Africa saying is that you can't just say everybody do the same thing, 2050. The dress cannot fit everybody. Some people are smallish, some people are big. You just have to find what fits you. You just have to ask each region of the world, okay, like Nigeria said, give us the 2060. You know, what can you do? And one point also, we said that an African should start focusing on, okay, what we are saying is that the energy pollution, the emission is the carbon dioxide, right? Is that what I told you? The carbon dioxide that has been emitted, the greenhouse gas. Okay, what if we have a technology to remove the carbon dioxide emission from the crude oil and from the natural gas? That means we're not polluting the environment. But that means Africans need to invest on that area of research. The Western countries are saying, let's leave the oil and gas is polluting, let's go to renewable, because they have been investing in renewable technology for over 20 years. They have already seen ahead. They've seen that their oil and gas resource is depleting, their coal, and they have been investing. Now, they say, let's move ahead. But African is making a position now that, no, energy transition does not mean move from fossil fuel and move to renewable. It means move from fossil fuel to cleaner fuel. So whatever you need to clean the fuel, like decarbonization, remove carbon for the fuel, and then the natural gas become okay, then Ghana can still use its crude oil. Uganda just found their own just last year. It can still use its gas. So, but are we ready to go into that area? Do you remember when COVID-19 came? Everybody was waiting for the Western world to find a solution. In fact, they were telling them, when will the vaccine be ready? When will the vaccine be ready? Don't you have brain to do your research? Or can't you be the ones to contribute the solution to the world? That's the challenge, that why we're bringing you here, so you know the issues. You know the issues that is either you wake up or the world will shut its doors. So you imagine the picture we paint. Nigeria, for example, Nigeria doesn't know how to process crude oil. They have not built the capacity. We don't have we don't have energy to run factories, and you don't have the technology for renewable. So if they move everything to renewable and say no more fossil fuel, so how do you survive? It's going. So if you don't invest now and say, no, we have an option. We know how to decarbonize. We know how to treat our gas. It will not, we know how to, then you can continue using it. So you don't just say that. So instead, there's a need for a combination of solutions. This is the perspective of Africa. Renewable is not the only solution to get a cleaner environment. We're saying that there are three things you can do. Number one, you can increase energy efficiency. You can develop alternative low-carbon energy, and you can, there's even something called carbon capture, where you can, that is part of the, you can capture the carbon as the crude oil is coming, and you can capture the carbon and store it. So, but you need to go into this research. Africans are not into this research. Next slide, please. So, all these are just telling you what can be termed success when you transit. Next slide. Next slide, technical. So, who should be involved in the energy transition? Everybody. We all agree that we need to protect our environment, but there are various options. Right now, the world is selling only one option: renewable. And if that comes to stay, Africa is, in fact, the situation is already bad. That one is that they've just nailed the nail on the coffin. And that cannot fly. But you cannot just go to conferences and say you go next to Egypt and you just want to talk. You must show that, no, we are investing in research. We have already had a breakthrough. We know how to clean our fuel. You have to tell people, you have to show data. You have to show what your schools are doing. You don't just come and tell them, because once they lock the door globally, that's it. So you must show that we have alternative solutions. So both government and policymaker, business, international organizations, think tanks, academia, everybody has to be involved. African cannot deny that energy transition is going on. You will just, African has very, in the global stage, their influence is very, very minimal. So you can't deny, you can only make your case with evidence. You can't deny, yes, energy transition is going on, nobody can stop it. In fact, UK and France, by 2030 or so, there will be no vehicle running on petrol and diesel. They pack all of them from the road. Because they have developed their capacity already. They have fuel, instead of, you know the way we see fuel station in Nigeria, you see electricity charging points for cars. They are going into electric car. They have already prepared, but you have not. So you have to show them your own solution, not just talk. Show what we are doing. So when you go back and you are studying science, it's not to study science just to study and get a paper. It's that there is a problem that we need to solve. Next slide, technical. So let's round up. And then before we go and hear what the companies want to tell us. But before we go out, we'll give some time for questions. If you want to. So just be putting your questions together. You are students. Don't just sit down and listen. The way we know whether you understand, we're not saying you understand everything right now. You get the material, but at least you'll be able to get one or two things. Now, conclusion. These are the 3 conclusions that we have drawn. 1, it is evident that modern energy is crucial to realizing various economic and social goals relating to poverty reduction. Do you see why there's a lot of poverty in Africa? If you don't have energy, no 2 ways. That society, that continent, that nation is a must. Because everything is running on energy. So, improvement in healthcare delivery, providing qualitative education, enhancing quality and entrenching environmental sustainability. Energy does all this. 2, one of the biggest barriers to Africa's development and prosperity is chronic lack of electricity. I'm telling you, even as I speak, if I get home now and I see that there's public supply, you see me rushing to plug this, plug that, put this on, pump water. You're just running anyhow because you don't know. Sometimes before you even finish plugging, they've taken it. That is, you can't even predict these people. And then now you want to fire your personal generator, which is bad already with noise and pollution. And then there's no fuel. And so I just want to type a document. If I tell you how long it took me to do this slide, because you do and stop, and then how long, my wife was telling me that the Tailors Association were protesting yesterday. Tailors, because they are caught. They have their small generator. Now they don't have fuel. So how does this man or woman feed the family? So, this slide, please. Technical. So go back to the conclusion. So that number 2, one of the biggest barriers to Africa's development and prosperity is chronic. It's not just lack of, you've seen the statistics. It's chronic lack of electricity. This continues to trap millions of people in extreme poverty, as shown in the figure in the next slide. Sub-Saharan Africa, go back, please. Sub-Saharan Africa contributes over half of the people without access to electricity in the world. Of the 48 countries in Sub-Saharan Africa, 37 have a national electricity rate of below 50%. As a result, quality of life is severely diminished, resulting in needless deaths and stifling economic growth. It is very clear why there's no development going on in Africa compared to other parts of the world. There's no energy. So you guys that are science students, there's a lot on your hands to do. It's when they said this invented, it's just one of you just think of something. Imagine if somebody did not invent GSM and we are all waiting. They used to call it Nintel, for them to draw a line to come and reach your house. I'm sure that less than 1 million Nigerians will have phone, but now almost everybody has a phone. Somebody invented GSM that does not need you to draw a physical line to your home. So somebody needs to think outside the box. How do we jumpstart Africa? So these are the kind of research, this kind of thought as you're doing your science. What do we do to make Africa cover the gap? For Africa, the focus should be more on technologically driven and energy efficient industrialization. We need to develop our science-based, our technology. Now, the next slide. Now, just look at this access to electricity by region, right? Now, if you look at Africa, look at the about 634 a million people have access to population without. That first line there. Let me. So you can see the second column there. Population without electricity. So you can see Africa, 634 million people with that, and then come to Latin America, just 22 million people, even Middle East, 18. So, and these are developing countries that they provide. They didn't go to the industrialized ones, North America, they didn't go to Europe, but even among the developing countries, Latin America, which is South America, and Middle East, you see that they have even gone. You can go to Dubai today. Dubai is not classified as a developed country, but if you go there today, it's nothing compared to. They classify everyone, Africa and them, as developing, but even within the developing countries, there are categories. So you can see the access to electricity. So you can see electrification rate in Africa, 45%. And then you go down to electrification rate in Middle East, 92%. Like I said, we are not adding Europe. So this is among people who are classified as developing countries, not the big ones. Now, next slide. Yes, we're wrapping up now. Next slide, please. All right, now the big question. Who will light up Africa? Who will bail the cat? Every one of you sitting here, either you, your parents, maybe you are just mapping, just calm down. Once you get to center, you take off. You go and you take off. So the solution is taking off. Taking off. I'm not saying that's not a solution, but the space still remains. Humans must stay here. So who will light up Africa? Next slide. It's a question. That's what you take back to your schools. Thank you. So, do we have questions? Yes, I'll give you. Do we have a second microphone? Okay, thanks. So we'll take 15 minutes or so, take questions, and then we'll go and listen to the industry people.
My question is about the...
Your name? Your school?
Okay. My name is Faith Udom from Destiny Christian Academy.
Which class?
In SS3.
SS3, okay, Faith.
My question is for the fuel price in Nigeria, what is the main cause? Because as at the time of Obasanjo, when the fuel price was like 3 naira, they complained that it increased to 20 naira. Then when it reached Jonathan's time, it increased to 145. And now it's almost 200 naira per liter. So my question is, what is the main source? The bad fuel that came to Nigeria, doesn't it go through a process that they check the fuel and test it if it's right?
All right, thank you, Faith. Let me answer Faith if we have another question. Now, if you recall in the presentation, we said we are exporting raw product and then we are importing finished product. When you are not controlling what you are using, now government is doing what they call, because there's no power, almost every household has generator. And the small generators run on what we call the premium motor spirit or petrol, the local name. And so everybody is using petrol. All the small businesses are using, everybody is running their own. Imagine if we are getting enough power from the national grid. Nobody will. So once you touch petrol, once there's no petrol, you see everything just grinds. Because everybody is using petrol. And so government trying to help at the initial stage say, okay, because we are importing this thing, is so expensive. If everybody is to buy at the rates we are importing it, maybe 1 liter will be like 500 naira. Okay, let government pay 300 naira and then let the citizen pay the balance. But then the government don't have money, it's draining the money. Apart from corruption, it's actually draining. And some people are, instead of, they use that to also share money for them. So the government is saying, we need to remove this subsidy. But citizens are saying, we don't have enough money to afford 500 per litre. And then you also have to import. There are people who should check whether this thing is imported, is good. But if you don't even also have the capacity to check, like what did the authorities say for this? They said they did not have capacity or they were not checking for methanol. Methanol is the bad thing that entered the fuel. So you can see that you don't have control over what you are doing. Somebody, the MD of Shell Petroleum and Exploration, that is Shell Offshore in Nigeria, she was on one of our sections yesterday, and she said she went to a factory somewhere, a company in US, and the plant was just running, and she was asking them, "How is it that you are running? You are no shutdown, no?" He said, "Why? All the people that supply the parts for the machine are on the same industrial area, the same street. So if our valve fail, we just pick a call, and they just take a truck and bring a new one. But if she wants to have a part that she wants, she has to import it. Imagine the man that is just driving from next door and bringing what you need, and the man who you have to contact in the US to ship that one part to you before you can restart your operation. Can you see where all these are coming? Because you can't control it, you don't own it. So what are you guys going to do? Who will light up Africa? If you sit like what the older generations of Africans have done, only talk and complain, you have your children and they will still continue. So you guys need to think. How do you control what you are doing? So, any other question? Any other question? Premier Academy, Destiny Academy. Did you understand? Okay, one person wants to ask a question there. I'm going to ask someone from each of these schools to just summarize in 2 minutes each, to be sure you got something, what we have said. Let's get the question.
All right,
sir.
My name is Shinwolobu, I'm a lawyer.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to sample your opinion as to the issue of the subsidy. Because we had issues like that during Obasanjo, George Jonathan's time, and this time around, Boris government is complaining about the same thing, and the next government will definitely complain about the same thing. So what then is the way forward? What then is the way forward? Because the government keeps saying we cannot continue to subsidize it's the financial capability of the government.
It's
they move it, NIES will go on strike, everywhere will shut down. So what then do we do? What's the way forward?
I don't know, it's complicated.
And then, sorry, sir, concerning the issue of the refineries.
Yes.
Every right-thinking Nigerian feels the government should sell the refineries, and the government is saying, no, let us keep it. And they keep spending billions, and they keep wasting it on the refineries. So I don't know, what are the judgments?
Okay, let me answer. You see, two things are happening in Nigeria now, and we see that as probably that will bring solution concerning the fuel issue. Now, there's a private investor called Dangote. We all know Dangote is the richest man in Africa. He's into cement. He is currently building his own refinery in Lagos. That refinery has the capacity to process 650,000 barrels of crude a day. It's the biggest refinery in the world. That refinery is expected to be finished this year. The expectation is that if Dangote finishes that refinery, I still call it expectation. You have to, because Dangote does cement. But if you know the price of cement today, you know it's so high. So when he finishes, because he's a businessman, we will see, it is supposed to bring down the cost of crude, and then government can pull away from subsidy. Or government have to do it stepwise. I don't know, it's complicated. You are locked here, you are locked there, you are locked here. How do you unlock yourself? It's a chicken and egg kind of situation. So, in rounding up, I want Mr. Obina, Mr. Sani, either you nominate or the students volunteer, who from Premier Academy will give us a 2-3 minute summary of what we have spoken about. Now, who wants to do it? Or I ask your teacher to pick on one of you. All right, Mr. Obina, who should do it? We gave you notepad, we gave you pen. We expected that you have taken notes. Who will do it, Mr. Obina? Okay, you can stand up and tell us your name, your class. We know you are from Premier. Take the microphone. All right.
My name is Fadil.
Louder.
My name is Fadil. I'm from Premier Academy and I'm in SS2.
Kadri, take this microphone. Speak louder.
My name is Fadil. I'm from Premier Academy and I'm in SS2. So we started off the program by we started the program off with the introduction of the NIES, which was formerly known as NIPS, Nigerian International Petroleum Summit, which was later changed to NIES due to innovation. Then next we started off with energy, which was defined as the ability to do work. Then we spoke about the importance of energy, which we mentioned heating, cooling, and other uses in our modern day-to-day activities. Then we went on to talk about the sources of energy, the renewable and non-renewable sources of energy. Then we moved on to energy in Africa, which said um, Nigeria has the lowest utilization of energy resources in the world, and we also produce about 35 billion barrels of oil reserve. Then we spoke about energy transition and how we need to balance the carbon leaving our atmosphere and coming in. Then we spoke about the energy triangle, which had three main components: that's securing the energy access and some other things. Then we rounded off with the big question for Africa and the conclusion.
Yes, Sadiq. What's the question? What's the question for Africans? What's the big question?
He said, who will light up?
Who will light up Africa? Thanks. All right. Destiny Christian Academy, who wants to go for it? Is Faith? Faith is almost standing. Yes, Faith.
Okay.
So give us your full name again and your class.
Hey, my name is Faith Udum from Destiny Christian Academy, SS3.
SS3, okay.
So we first started by stating the summit, that is the Nigerian International Petroleum Summit, which was later changed to the Nigerian International Energy Summit this year. And the general reason for this summit is to bring the world to Nigeria's energy sector. The summit was launched in 2018, and in Nigeria it has been shown that we have at least like 35 million barrels of oil in reserve, showing that we have the potential capacity to do it, but the only thing that is hindering us is the processing of those oils that we have. The next thing that we then talked about was our sources of energy. That is the solar, the hydro, the tidal waves and everything. Then we also proceeded to energy in Africa. And what we saw generally from energy in Africa is that our major problem is utilization. We can't utilize the fuel the fossil fuels that we have. And we are at a verge of danger for the fact that the world wants to turn into renewable energy. So we have the pros and cons, the non-renewable energy and the renewable energy. The renewable energy is much more safer in a way than the non-renewable energy, because the non-renewable energy, like the fossil fuels, will finish in a number of years, but the renewable energy, we can keep on using it. Then we now spoke about decarbonization, which is the possible solution for the situation we are in right now. So we can decarbonize these fuels so that we can use a much more cleaner fuel than totally killing our economical system. So the next thing we spoke about was energy in Africa. There is the lack of thriving manufacturing industries. Our refineries are practically dead. So rather we give out the main oil and we now buy back the oil again. So that is generally what we spoke about, the China, the US and everything.
All right, what's the big question?
The big question is, who light up Africa?
And it can be you, Faith. You can be the Thomas Edison that discovered bulb. Let's give her a round of applause. So we want to thank every one of you. So what we're going to do, we're going just the same way we filed in. They are waiting for them at the exhibition booth. They want to close up. NLNG. They want to pack up. They just called. They are packing up. 5 minutes. Okay. So we're going to give Mrs. Blessing 5 minutes. She wants to do something, and then we will just file out to those two companies want to showcase to us what they are doing with energy. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to both schools. We're very, very pleased that you guys are here. Now, you've heard everything that has been said to you. The reason I'm asking you to wait is that we're about to present certificates and plaques to our innovators. If you noticed, we had the NIES Youth Idea Lab. It's the first time we've had it, and I just want to encourage you that other Nigerians within us, we are already looking at answering that question. So I'm posing that challenge back to you. Try and answer that question. Who will light up Africa? Take it upon yourself to say, I will contribute towards it, or I will, because you can. So I want you to sit here and witness whilst we award our very first innovators that we've had. And please be encouraged by it. Thank you. Are they here? Can you help? Okay, our very first person is Austin Mbe Mary. Collect it and stay here.
Thank you.
We've got Abon Adus. Well done. Nuruddin Issa. Well done. Okay, essay. Congratulations. You're not okay. Henry Lamba. Congratulations, Henry. Well done. Dozier Iguilo. Dozier's mantra is, let's make hardware, not software.
Yeah.
Okay, we also want to present to our speakers who have presented through the workshop, TEP Center. Any rep from TEP Center? Thank you very much. He's representing a center. Olumide Ojo, serious clap, as in, keep clapping. Keep clapping, as in, correct clapping.
I think you should do this.
This guy, honestly,
Olumide is a genius.
he has championed and championed for nothing. You know, he just took it on and just gave it his all. I really appreciate you. I really, really appreciate you. Swai appreciates you. Thank you.
Here. Dear Olumide, from my heart to you. Personal. You are awesome, great, wonderful, hard worker, dependable. You are Mr. Olumide Ojo, your parents speaking. Well done. Well brought up. Good guy, good guy. Thank you. Congratulations.
One more to give to you. I don't want you to go empty-handed. You've poured out yourself, so I might as well give you a certificate to prove that you have. Well done for all the write-ups, for all the midnight studying about energy transition and cleaner fuels, and for everything from me to you.
You know, oh, there, okay. I'll tell you something about this COO. She's a hard worker, hard driver. She doesn't sleep. So because she doesn't sleep, she wants me not to sleep. So I took her on when I got in here. There's a photograph. So you go to our LinkedIn page, and I will put it up, where I put out my hand for a big fight. And I said I've been waiting for this day to come because I really wanted to box her. I was ready. Well, everybody, put your hands together for my dear Blessing Inakimio, the inventor of the Youth Lab, Idea Lab. She is a creator. I know I'm the CEO, but you know what? I just stay at the background. And this vice chair and COO of SWI does all the work. And she sure does it well. Like she says, if it's not A, it's not A. Not A minus, it's A. But you can add A plus. Thank you very much. Where's her plaque? Her plaque? Where's her plaque? On behalf of the board of Strategic Women and Youth Institute, standing beside us today is our dear CFO, Smolina Pepe, Mrs. Tosi Shodeinde, FCA. We present this to you. Tosi and I are presenting this to you, dear Blessing, for all you have been to us, our London sister. She tries to be very Nigerian, but she's still able. Have you heard her? I don't like this. It's not looking good. It's not straight. It's not good enough. Well, I want a proper photograph of me and this.
All right, we would like to appreciate everyone for your time, for coming for today's sessions. Today we had a talk with the students about how far we've come with NIES. We've also had a presentation from Worldview Technologies, and we also had some awards presentation to our new innovators, and also those who have they've added their own quota to the development, growth and development of the sector. So we want to appreciate everyone for your time, for all that you have, the time you've spent with us. And we believe that the information you have gathered here throughout the summit is one you'll be able to add to whatever you're doing and to produce better results and have a sustainable growth and development in the sector. Once again, on behalf of the workshop team, workshop committee and the team, we would like to say a big thank you to you for your time spent here. So I would like the chief and team lead for the workshop team to say the final the formalities. Thank you.
We're not responsible. We'd like to say that the workshops have come to an end, but that does not mean that NIES has come to an end. There'll be NIES 2023, so always check the website, check out